October 2024 in Surabaya, Indonesia. 12 teams will battle in the ultimate showdown across 6 matches.
Who will be the champion?
Vietnam,
Thailand? No, Indonesia and Malaysia.
let's find this out at the FFWS SEA 2024 Fall.
Mau lawan Indonesia? Jangan ya dek ya. Indonesia kali ini pasti menang. Inilah tim Indonesia, sang harapan baru. Ipos Defy, Onyx Olympus, RRQ Raju, Indostar, Bigetron Delta. Masih berani lo pada? Kita punya piala FFWC.
998 1,000 ง่ายๆผมคิดว่าทีมพวกผมไม่ต้องซ้อมก็ชนะได้พวกคุณอยากเห็นไหมล่ะนี่เป็นทีมของเราที่จะชนะ AG Global Attack All Around บุรีรัมย์ United Esport ทีม Falcon Twisted Mind ต้องมาท้าพวกเราแกแพ้แน่ในปีนี้เรามีแล้ว3ถ้วยรางวัลยังจะมากล้าท้าเราอีกเหรอ
Các bạn đã chuẩn bị chưa nào? Hãy đón chờ những bất ngờ từ Việt Nam nha. Chúng tôi sẽ hạ gục các bạn một cách dễ dàng.
Đây là cái team của chúng tôi nhất định sẽ chiến thắng. B Esport, WAZ, Heavy, World of Work, UA Esport.
Hãy đón chờ thất bại đi.
Macam tu je jenis power dalam kandang ni.
Inilah pasukan kita. Alpine, Todak, Vamos Esport.
Indo, jaga-jaga ya. Korang akan rata dalam kandang sendiri.
It's time for me.
ตอนนี้เวลาของผม
Đây là lúc của chúng tôi.
Ni waktu kemenangan kita.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. You can circle it, cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Get ready, Free Fire fans!
The biggest event of Free Fire is back.
The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024 Fall Trophy.
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will invite 18 teams from 4 regions.
We have 5 from Indonesia, 5 from Thailand.
You know what? We have 5 handsome teams from Vietnam.
Oh no. Indonesian is better. Everyone knows that Thailand has the best player in the world.
No, Vietnam still have the best handsome teams. And
3 from Malaysia.
They will compete head-to-head to win a share of the 300,000 USD prize pool.
And of course, Thailand will be the one who bring this prize back home. You know it, right? It's our country. Impossible for other region to win. No chance for you guys.
don't talk too much. Let's continue our announcement.
Let's go.
The tournaments will have 3 stages: knockout, point rush, and grand finals. Starting on 16 August 2024, 18 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 6 weeks.
They will compete in 18 match days across 6 weeks of the knockout stage.
Oh, and a friendly reminder, do not give 5 booyah to that team again, my dear survivors.
Teams from 4 regions will be sorted into 3 pools to groups A, B, and C.
Each match day will feature 2 groups playing 6 matches in the following map order. For map location will be Bermuda, Purgatory, Alpine, Kalahari, Nexterra, and the final map that will be randomly chosen each day to keep things unexpected.
At the end of the knockout stage, 6 teams will be eliminated, while 12 teams will move on to the next stage, Point Rush. Over 11 and 12 October 2024, they will play 12 high-stakes matches. No one gets eliminated, but every point counts. These crucial points will serve as a head start points heading into the grand final stage. The grand final will be on 13 October 2024 in Surabaya, Indonesia. 12 teams will battle in the ultimate showdown across 6 matches.
Who will be the champion? Vietnam,
Thailand. No, Indonesia and Malaysia.
let's find this out at the Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Fall.
Mau lawan Indonesia? Jangan ya dek ya. Indonesia kali ini pasti menang. Inilah tim Indonesia, sang harapan baru. EVOS Defy, Onyx Olympus, RRQ Hazu, Indostar, Bigetron Delta. Masih berani lo pada? Kita punya piala FFWS.
998 999 1,000 ง่ายๆ ผมคิดว่าทีมพวกผมไม่ต้องซ้อมก็ชนะได้ พวกคุณอยากเห็นไหมล่ะ นี่เป็นทีมของเราที่จะชนะ AG Global Attack All Around บุรีรัมย์
United
like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Get ready, Free Fire fans! The biggest event of Free Fire is back.
The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024 Fall Trophy.
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will invite 18 teams from 4 regions.
We have 5 from Indonesia, 5 from Thailand.
You know what? We have 5 handsome teams from Vietnam.
Oh no. Indonesian is better. Everyone know that Thailand has the best player in the world.
No, Vietnam still has the best handsome teams. And
3 from Malaysia.
They will compete head-to-head to win a share of the 300,000 USD prize pool.
And of course, Thailand will be the one who bring this prize back home. You know it, right? It's our country. Impossible for other region to win. No chance for you guys.
don't talk too much. Let's continue our announcement.
Let's go.
The tournaments will have 3 stages: knockout, point rush, and grand finals. Starting on 16 August 2024, 18 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 6 weeks.
They will compete in 18 match days across 6 weeks of knockout stage.
Oh, and a friendly reminder, do not give 5 booyah to that team again, my dear survivors.
Teams from 4 regions will be sorted into 3 pools to groups A, B, and C.
Each match day will feature 2 groups playing 6 matches in the following map order. For map rotation will be Bermuda, Purgatory, Alpine, Kalahari, Nexterra, and the final map that will be randomly chosen each day to keep things unexpected.
At the end of the knockout stage, 6 teams will be eliminated, while 12 teams will move on to the next stage, Point Rush. Over 11 and 12 October 2024, they will play 12 high-stakes matches. No one gets eliminated, but every point counts. These crucial points will serve as the head start points, heading into the grand final stage. The grand final will be on 13 October 2024 in Surabaya, Indonesia. 12 teams will battle in the ultimate showdown across 6 matches.
Who will be the champion?
Vietnam,
Thailand? No, Indonesia and Malaysia.
let's find this out at the Free Fire World Series 2024 Fall.
Mau lawan Indonesia? Jangan ya, Dek ya. Indonesia kali ini pasti menang. Inilah tim Indonesia, sang harapan baru. EVOS Divine, Onyx Olympus, RRQ Kazu, Indostar, Bigetron Delta. Masih berani lo pada? Kita punya piala FFWS.
998 999 1,000 ง่ายๆผมคิดว่าทีมพวกผมไม่ต้องซ้อมก็ชนะได้พวกคุณอยากเห็นไหมล่ะนี่เป็นทีมของเราที่จะชนะ AG Global Attack All Around บุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ด eSport ทีม Falcon Twisted Mind ไม่ต้องมาท้าพวกเราแกแพ้แน่ในปีนี้เรามีแล้ว3 ถ้วยรางวัลยังจะมากล้าท้าเราอีกเหรอ
Các bạn đã chuẩn bị chưa nào? Hãy đón chờ những bất ngờ từ Việt Nam nha. Chúng tôi sẽ hạ gục các bạn một cách dễ dàng.
Đây là các team của chúng tôi nhất định sẽ chiến thắng. BE Sport, WAZ, Heavy, God of Work, UA Sport.
Hãy đón chờ thất bại đi.
Macam tu je jenis power dalam kandang ni. Inilah pasukan kita. Alpine, Todak, Vamos Esport. Hey Indo, jaga-jaga ya. Korang akan rata dalam kandang sendiri.
It's time for me.
ตอนนี้เวลาของผม
Mau lawan Indonesia? Jangan ya, Dek ya. Indonesia kali ini pasti menang. Inilah tim Indonesia, sang harapan baru. EVOS D5, Onyx Olympus, RRQ Hazu, Indostar, Bigetron Delta. Masih berani lo pada? Kita punya piala FFWC.
998 999 1,000 ง่ายๆ ผมคิดว่าทีมพวกผมไม่ต้องซ้อมก็ชนะได้ พวกคุณอยากเห็นไหมล่ะ นี่เป็นทีมของเราที่จะชนะ
This is day one of the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall Edition. My name is AJ, I'm the Mustachio, down here with my brother, the one and only Neptune, the gentleman Garcia, and we are your casters for today.
We're excited what's going to happen right now. We've seen so much of change from the team and so much of change from the players within each team, and I would like to see how will that work out, especially in this season of the FFWSC.
300,000 US dollars on the line, but it is not gonna be easy to get there because we have got a long journey ahead of us. We have got 2 months purely group stages, and of course in the third month we have the final showdown for the top 12 teams. We'll bring you guys through the format shortly, but Neptune, it is absolutely a pleasure for me to be opening up this show with you here today. It is going to be an exciting one. Like you said, there's been many changes, and then have been many teams who have shown us that it is not just about this one-time, two-time world champs out here. But the problem is, it's still stuck with Thailand. Thailand is still the dominator as far as all of the other teams are concerned.
Definitely, this is where we find out who will be giving the chance to bring it home. But let's head over to the tournament format right now. Knockout stage, as AJ mentioned, there is a lot of days. 18 18 match days all throughout 6 weeks. And once that is over, we head over to Point Rush, where 12 teams will be going in for 2 match day. And in the grand finals, only one chance for them to grab that number 1 spot.
And that's insane, because it really doesn't matter how you do throughout the whole 18 match days as long as you're in the top 12, because the top 12 get to move on into October for Point Rush as well as grand finals. And as you guys can see here, each month through August and September, you've got 9 days of play that makes up a total of 18. But regardless of whatever points you collect, it is all reset for Point Rush, reset once again for Point Rush Day 2, and then once again for the grand finals. So if you do just jump up to the top, you might just walk away with $100,000.
Definitely, and that's a huge piece of the pie right there, and it goes down drastically as the placement go. But fortunate for the other teams as well, who will not be making it to the grand finals, they still end up with $3,000. Not only that, we have overall MVP for the best player in this competition, as well as a weekly predator that can bring in a few more of moolah.
Cardinal rules of free fire. Point system is as always, you hit the booyah, you walk away with 12 points, slightly lower than that, you minus 3 points for the second place, minus 1 point for each and every single consecutive spot below that, all the way down to the 11th and 12th place, which gives you no placement points at all. But you can buffer yourself with those eliminations. Every single elimination on the battlefield earns you 1 point.
And that is if you survive a little bit longer to grab a lot of elimination before being taken out. But just in case there will be any tie into this game, well, this is as follows. We are counting the number of booyahs and then the total elimination. Still, if that is tied, we go in for the final round survival rank, where definitely no one will be tied, and that's where we determine who goes up.
Absolutely, and never have I ever thought in the past that we would need to use a tiebreaker. But in recent times, the fight has gotten closer and closer as more teams are rising to the occasion to show Buriram United Esports that they are not the only dominant force out there. You've got Team Falcons, or as they used to be known within the Thai circuit, CGGG, who have risen to the occasion to show us all that they are not just here to play, but they are here to win it all. This is Group A and B. They are the groups that will be in play today. Group C will take a rest and they'll join us tomorrow.
Yeah, as you can see, the two teams that AJ mentioned, Buriram United as well as Team Falcons, will be here, and they are separated by one group. But I know you're eyeing another team, which is PE Sports right there, first in Group A, and a lot of teams as well who has, or this is their debut in terms of FFWS, like Team Vamos, who is a, I would say, Frankenstein team of other different teams from the past, but I like to see them really move up because this is their first chance to move into this level of this competition.
Yeah, Malaysian Vamos, you're talking about the old AV Radicals, you're talking about Axis Esports, you're talking about a piece of Expand coming out here under Kathisi, or as he used to be known as X-Roy. But you're most definitely right, my friend. I do have my eyes set on PE Sports. This is the Vietnamese squad, which was a true underdog in all these past tournaments. But in FFWS SEA Spring, as well as the Esports World Cup, they rose up to the occasion to show us that they are no chumps. FFWS SEA, let us not forget, they are the runner-up. They are the number 2 squad in the whole of Southeast Asia as of now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a lot of potential for them to repeat that, if not exceed that, in this competition. And I'd like to see the other teams as well. So I know that some adjustment has been made by most of the teams right here. Those that was part of the competition from the previous season, which is spring. And I would like to see them put up so much of the potential, the promise of taking that champion, taking it away from Team Falcons or Buriram United Esports. It might be said easily, but it's very difficult to be done.
Absolutely. Shout out to Hua Esports as well. I would say this is technically Team Flash that has been bought over by Hua Esports, and we do see Death as well as TR Kian hopping on into the roster as well. It's going to be pretty interesting to see exactly how well they perform out there on the battlefield, because as far as Vietnam is concerned, Hua Esports, or the X-Team Flash, used to be the number 1 Vietnamese squad, but not anymore. Perhaps they are here to take the throne back.
Yeah, let's see if they can take it back and away from the team that is being featured right now, Bermuda United Esports. Now, they are number 1 in elimination, and this is referring from the previous season, the spring season of FFWC, and the damage overall as well as assists. They take it across the board.
Yeah, this is the kind of team that will flip tables because they are number 1 across the board in every single stat, in every single map, except the grand finals. That's a killer, bro. No, seriously, man. Bermuda United Esports, they didn't let anyone down. They let themselves down the last time we appeared in FFWS SEA Spring. But I'm pretty sure Wasana is looking to break the curse because this man, the uncrowned king under Bermuda United Esports, ever since joining from Magic, he has not won a single trophy for himself. But they're so dominant. He's one of the best players, if not the best player out there.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really great disappointment, and as well as a great story to tell, just in case they will be able to grab that championship, like the chance to go into the global scene and the world stage and grab that champion for themselves again. Now, this is something that Wasana really is hoping for, but it is not going to fruition. Hopefully, the team will be able to help them, but unfortunately for them, they lost Funa all throughout after Esports World Cup. So let's see if that has changed anything. If not, probably motivated them to do even more.
No offense to Funa at all, but I do not miss the man because we have Get High. I mean, Get High is just the kind of player where you just unleash him onto the battlefield and he can muck around, he can play around, and he'll still walk away with massive numbers of eliminations. And now with that Galaxy S24 Ultra in his hands, dude, I think he's just gonna bust up the opponents. But it is not as if RRQ is gonna give him a free reign to do so, right? This Indonesian squad is very, very capable. We saw what they were able to do at FFWS SEA Spring during the group stages, one of the more formidable ones, always being able to find that final circle, except this team does not know how to get it done within the grand finals. They fell from grace, and it was a tad bit disappointing because I was expecting more from them.
Yeah, I mean, probably a similar story from what we've seen from Bermuda United Esports. They show everything all throughout the knockout stage, and then for the other teams who are just studying their movement, their rotation, and everything that they have, they are being cut off in their approach, just being short out in numbers when it comes to the grand finals. And I guess the same goes for Indo Stars right here. But one thing is for sure, the loss of Coach Hill might change the story for the team. But with Raf being introduced coming from Kagendra from their qualifiers, it might be a new story, a new line of offense for Indo Stars.
And by the way, you guys may realize that the setting or the camera setting seems to be a little bit different. Some of them are on a stage, some of them seem to be at a LAN event somewhere. So all of the teams are playing within their respective countries, but the players from Vietnam are all playing together within one LAN location, Thailand within one location. And if you notice, Indonesia seems to be playing on a stage because this is all going to culminate at a LAN event in Indonesia on the 3rd month. So if you are not done yet, I would suggest you book your tickets as quickly as possible. Before we even fly into Bermuda, you should secure your chance to fly to Indonesia to watch these players live.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that would be a good experience, a different experience overall. We know how it feels once you are on a LAN event. The energy, the cheer of the crowd, that breaks as well as motivate a lot of teams. That is one reason why there are so much difference in terms of gameplay and other factors as well, but that is something that you don't want to miss. But speaking of miss, I don't think anyone would miss out on who is the top 3 in this map that we're going to see. Bermuda right now, Twisted Minds. We have Bermuda United Esports and Attack all around. They've shown themselves from the previous season. Let's see if anyone can beat them for this day number 1.
Once again, these are totals from the Free Fire World Series SEA Spring 2024, the event that happened before the Esports World Cup. And we had quite a number of days to play throughout that tournament as well. So these are pretty dependable statistics as well as data that we are flashing in front of the screen here for you guys to tune into. But of course, many things could have changed over time. We want to wait and see if or not it will make any difference from the stats that they can collect within the first month of play here. These are the stars that you have to watch. These are the top 3 stars, but trust me, there are more than 3 of these champs that you can look out for in terms of phenomenal plays. Moshi leads the fray with 2.5 average eliminations, 1,925 damage, and 1.7 on the headshot. Surprisingly, Poon God actually beats him at the average headshots.
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised looking at the numbers earlier on our opening scene. We're looking at headshots as well from Wasana. And Wasana is not even a sniper. It is Moshi who's sniper of the team. It's just using the Trogon shotgun in there. That is just amazing. But looking at the numbers, the record that Moshi has on him, number 1 MVP. Who can beat that all throughout the EWC?
Wasana can. and you gotta be happy if you are Buriram. The only one closest to taking away the MVP title from you is the guy that's sitting down right beside you, right? So Buriram, you know, we saw the confidence. We saw the confidence at FFWS SEA Spring. We saw the confidence at EWC. But now it is time to see their confidence as we open up game number 1. We fly on into Bermuda. Who will hop onto the battlefield to prove their dominance? Let's hope this is an explosive start for all of us, Nep.
Oh, definitely. And as we go in to fly in Bermuda, let's feature the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra that the teams, the players are using right now. And this elevates their gameplay as well as their performance. And this is where we're going to see as they drop in from Cape Town towards Observatory. We're seeing a few teams already spread out, but not so much of a hot drop yet.
Yeah, the Samsung Galaxy is literally a legal hack, right? You've got a better device in your hands, you're automatically going to be able to hit those booyahs game after game. But let's see exactly who manages to hit that hot drop first. It seems like God of Wolf have found themselves a little bit of competition down here at the Bima Sakti Strip.
Yeah, Attack All Around will be their, I would say, welcome committee. But as you can see, God of Wolf is sticking together compared to what we have for Attack All Around. They're split up on a 2-2, and that is a difficult position. But speaking of position, PE Sports right now is in a position wherein they will be taken down one at a time by Todak and Wings, who started off, but Nero will be revived.
Yeah, there's a vending machine here at Clock Tower, so there's a very quick revival coming through for PE Sports. Nero's right back in here, but with just a secondary, he has to make his way back in, get some loot, and then help out the rest of his brothers. LBT really low on that HP, has the P92 respawn, but Todak does not aggress on up just yet. LBT once again gets caught from the back. Don't cry on the ground. Now, if Nero comes back here, it's a GG. But look at this, AG Global, they're on the way into wreck, and also the players from RRQ.
And this is one thing, once you hear the gunshots, especially in this level's competition, everything is chaos, and you can take advantage of that. This is what Attack All Around has felt, as well as AG Global and RRQ. Now, as we can see, AG Global already positioning themselves on a 2-1-1 split, making sure that no one will be escaping this compound, as Todak is just left in there, but RRQ slowly creeping in. Binoculars being used with the Alpine, but on the scan, let's see if they'll be able to take all the 5 that has been tagged.
Very smart play by RRQ to use the R1. They know that this place is absolutely hot, and they're already surrounding the compound here at Clock Tower. AG Global will be the first aggressors. Ice grenade up towards that second floor first. Trap quickly moving away from that zone of damage. AG Global, 2 eliminations in hand, looking for 4 more lives to rip away, but they have to be careful or else they're going to end up in the exact same spot. Todak is in now, all thanks to RRQ, who are on the approach.
Cypher right now just roaming around, and with 12 teams remaining. Oh my goodness! Surprisingly, simultaneous elimination, and there goes one team. It just popped off. 3 elimination in the kill feed. That is, oh my god, that's a different level overall.
Holy mama, you're talking about God of Wolf, the team that placed 13th on FFWS SEA Spring, taking out the 10th team, which is Attack All Around. A huge stand-up scream from the team, but of course, I want to see exactly how they continue this momentum. It could have just been a great start, because usually with hot drops, it all is dependent on who gets the better weapon, who gets the better utilities as they pick it off of the floor. as they drop on in there for the hot drop. Clearly, PE Sports was not the luckier one up against Todak, and luck may not always be on your side. If you're a team like Todak, right after you complete one engagement, you have to deal with two other teams who are trying to drop you like a hot right outside. But it looks like AG Global has played the smart move here. They used that portal go and they're up and out, but RRQ still scouting the area, wondering if or not they should take this fight up against Todak.
Yeah, I mean, Todak is doing a smart move as well, not really getting away from the compound, not really showing themselves, and they were able to put down a bay. Now, that is a good bait for them. Once someone goes for the pickup, then they might be able to get another one. But going into a different view, a different team, or set of teams rather, Expand going against Indo Stars, the Clutch King versus the Malaysian team of Expand. Let's see if the Axel can go in for this battle, and there goes the jump, there goes the takedown, and the Axel still alive and kicking, and Indo Stars not looking good for them.
Yeah, great use of the Riptide rhythm from Axel, but there was no clear follow-up. Thankfully, they had the numbers there to overwhelm their opponents. 3 eliminations up, and it looks like this might just be the end for Indo Stars. One more shot! How can you miss that, Achap? The troll gone to the head, and 18D still stays alive. Achap bleeding out. Axel going in here for the save. Bison in his hands. Goes for the spray. And 18D down and out. Question is, did he have the pocket market? I think he did, because one purchase back would have definitely been possible for him before he got taken out.
And there you go. Liam right now was still alive and was able to bring back Raph. But we were talking about 18 Deer. You know how a clutch can be pulled up by this guy. Despite of how much HP, despite of how many enemies surrounding him, he can pull it off, and that is what he have. Now let's see if they can carry over a few more eliminations. We're looking at Hawaii Sports as well as Team Vamos, the two teams that, as I would say, introductory for this year's FFWCC or FFWS SEA, and let's see if they'll be able to beat each other up as we look at PE Sports right now going against God of War.
Don't cry, World Cry. One more shot needed. Good glue wall, but it's a 2v1. Ton swings around. Isa gets the drop. Don't cry out, but Wangan says he's right back in. Instantaneous revival coming on through, but GOW wants more from the squad, and I truly agree with you about 18D, but we'll catch up on that point shortly as Wamos now meets Esports outside, and Ramiel turned his back onto a Trogon. Biggest mistake. Now the Woodpecker in the hands of Shin, going in for the shutdown onto Ramiel. Jun comes back in here for the backup, but Poppy flanks at right hand side. Yanbin from afar, dropping the shots onto Gathizi as well. And on the free cam, we can see Jun just sidestepped that one. He thought he would play the aggressor, but got turned into the victim instead.
Good position by Yan Bean right here to pinch them on under approach. Portal Go being used to stuff them in. They're getting out of the compound, but Yan Bean has been taken out by Gathizi with that Trogon. Let's see if a pickup can be done. And 11 teams still alive, so I guess it's not over for the team of Vamos. One remains, managed to get away. Will there be a quick revival being done, or they need to invest a little bit more later?
Great revival. You just gotta thank the developers from the side of Garena Free Fire for bringing in the pocket market to the game. In the past, that sort of situation, it's an automatic GG, WP, I'll see you in the next map. But now teams still do have an opportunity to play the game of survival, buy one player back, of course, as long as you've got those Free Fire coins in your pocket. And it seems like they had just enough to buy themselves a little bit more time. Now, speaking of time here, time's running out within this circle as we move on towards AG Global. 3 eliminations in hand so far, and they're not too triggered by the blue zone at all. They know that they have got a very specific objective here. Continue that looting process. They've got quite a number of medkits to work with, but they have to be careful as well, especially with that rotation in. You don't see many of their players bringing in that R1, which could just be dangerous as they get capped.
Definitely. I mean, AG Global is a team who always stay on the edge, especially with Dew on their side, who have good information most of the time. But if in case they will be stuck in between teams, that's where they usually falter. But let's head over to another set of teams. We just witnessed earlier the survivability of Team Vamos against Hua Esports, but within the same area, we have IndoStars, Raz, as well as PE Sports, and individually, they what a hit! Find that, really, the death bringer right here across that blue wall.
Oh my god, I just love seeing some M82B action, man. What a shot. Wow, esports leading 6 eliminations. You know, we talked about this point. Are we going to see the awakening of this squad that we all thought was just down and out of the Vietnamese scene, right? But 6 eliminations strong. It looks like Hua really pumped in that extra adrenaline for this team flash that was pretty much dying out.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting an ooh right here, especially in the cheer. But let's see if Bermuda United can get that energy as well as they battle against PE Sports. But as you can see in the minimap, PE Sports just scattered. It's like they were thrown out of this area, and one player will be meeting against a few from afar. Not looking good, but the Beagle managed to survive, I believe.
Well, Poppy found narrow as he tried to scatter towards that right-hand side. PE Sports in a lot of trouble, scrambling away from Buriram United, falling prey to Hua Esports. But 2 more survivors on that left-hand side. But in the meantime, Buriram has also come across Team Expand, the Malaysians, and one of the best, if not the best squad from Malaysia, is struggling a tad bit out there while dropping 3. Buriram, they did not see that one coming.
Yeah, I mean, they're too busy looking at Expand right there, not expecting Hua coming from behind, and that is something that would really throw off even Buriram United. Now, let's see if they'll be able to put a little bit more pressure on Buriram United Esports. Going back to PE Sports, they were taken down a little bit early in this fight. LBT trying to survive, and Rap with a reload. Don't Cry follows it up, and there goes the takedown. PE Sports, 1 elimination though, but that is despite of faltering in the early parts of this game.
The observer director seems to be having a little bit of a headache here, determining which fight to take a look at because there's so many engagements all across the battlefield. And as we just bring this to a little bit of a slower pace towards AG Global, they spot out RRQ on that rotation. 4 players get scanned out on that R1, and AG Global, with an opportunity, the monster truck saves the lives of RRQ.
Yeah, positioning themselves to the edge, but no! Do says no.
Oh, nice one.
Is being picked up and was able to use that chrono to stop their approach. And here comes the rest of the team. Stop in there, just cutting Razor out. And only 3 remains. Abe trying to go in for the hit, but no one is spotted just yet. Cypher goes down and Caramel is alive from far, but not so much to do in this battle.
And that's the chrono move that I was talking about, right? In a sticky situation, all thanks to the Skylar, who's able to drop multiple glue walls at the same time. The chrono can save lives, and the chrono definitely helped out RRQ to get away from the sticky situation, instead turning the tables onto AG Global. Now, Cypher has been sacrificed already. RRQ has an opportunity, but Ma'al, their long-range engager, taken down by Wasana. Now this is troubled waters for RRQ as a base, the only player left here.
Now, let's see if Buriram United, after being taken down, can bring back a few more points. That is a few delays right there, especially with 3 of your players being taken out in the early parts of the game. But Team Falcons finally being shown right here. Skylar being used, Riptide Rhythm to take out what's covering Peter from that second floor from the rooftop. But Zen goes in for Peter being taken down. Another one needs to be taken out, but Zen is losing a few more of HP. Recovery is needed right now. Only 50 remains.
Zen with a flying XM8. Can he get the job done? Trogon in hand. Peter drops off of the roof. Says, no, thank you, sir. Vamos eliminated in the 10th spot. In the meantime, On Fire out for the count as well. Falcons getting hurt as they are scattered around the battlefield. And Todak actually putting up a very strong fight. Traps should be able to be picked up, but Riptide Rhythm breaks all of those glue walls and sacrifices 7 as well. What a play from Falcon. What a play with that Skylar.
And Team Falcons really know how to put it quick or put down a team quick. And if in case Todak has a FIBA on them, a quick pickup can be done. But unfortunately, they don't have. But Hua right now going in for the hit against Expand. But Shin goes down. Big Hit is the guy who brought him down. Now that's right here. You know how he hits on the sniper.
Oh, bro. Here comes Hua Esports. This is unreal. They are on fire. 13 eliminations strong, and now they're looking to shut down Expand as well. Here come the glue wall melters. A grenade response coming on through. Does not tag out Poppy at all, but Too Fast says bye-bye, sir. Use as a bottle go, but from afar, it's death. He hits him with the M82B. Captain's down, and the glue wall melters laid out all around. Hua Esports a little distracted because Buriram appear, and they shut down player after player.
And that is what we're talking about. If you cut them down early in the game, they will try to catch up with elimination. But Moshi will be taken down right there with a nade coming from Expand. And Get High goes down as well. Wasana is trying to fight his way out. And there you go. Elimination overall. Only Jonla remains though. And Too Fast might be a little bit too fast to bring them down. Good cover for him. Not so much of a threat from a surrounding area. But pickup can be done. Buriram United is not out just yet, and Too Fast has no help from the side.
But there was a fantastic grenade earlier on from Mikid out of Expand, taking down 2 players on the side of Buriram. And that actually allowed Too Fast to get picked up and allowed him to survive a little bit longer. But 6th placement is not good enough for this team that is struggling to find its spacing here at FFWS SEA since the last season. And now Ice Grenade is going to be chipping away at the health of Too Fast. He can't do anything. Circle's moving already. This is trouble zone for the Malaysian player.
Oh, definitely. I mean, Jonah is just waiting for him to come out or the glue wall to expire. But going into a different team, GOW, the team who's able to take down 3 simultaneously from a different, and there goes a hit. God of Wolf right now, really being the wolf, but not alone. They are Wolfpack who's going and praying against the Falcons.
Happy Esports down as well. GOW? God of Wolf still surviving. They've got more eliminations than Falcons. This is insanity. Can GOW actually bag this? AG Global still outside the circle. Needs to squeeze their way in, and they are on the opposite side. GOW already opening fire against the players on the side of Team Falcons. Falcons now spotting out AG Global as well. All of those glue walls just blocking off the shots from both the teams. AG Global now needs to aggress a tad bit. GOW on their hand needs to play a little bit of silence, but look, it's Falcons. Falcons are going in for the backstab onto AG.
And what Falcons is doing right now is getting away from GOW to initiate a fight between GOW and AG Global. Let's see if that will happen, but GOW is just following the tracks of Team Falcons. They know the team is in there. They know what they can do to get out of harm's way, far from AG Global. But Isa goes down. A pickup is needed right now, and Team Falcons, only 1 remains for this team, and AG Global, 14 elimination. They know, they planned it out, and they have due to spot out anyone in there, and there goes one more, and Peter out of the cap.
Oh, beautiful snipe from Dew. 16 elimination strong. Now GOW up against AG Global. Demon and Ton. Deanne will be the first player to spot out Cypher. 1 pump, 2 pump, but stops him dead in his tracks. And AG Global wraps up game number 1 with a solid booyah on Bermuda.
Oh, AG Global. I mean, we were worried for them because they were hanging back outside of the blue from the 2nd to the 3rd phase of the circle. But they have it planned out. They know what they can do to find out all the opponents. And with the help of Dew, I guess he will be our MVP right here. He has done so much to spot as well as take down a lot of players from Team Falcons, even from GOW and others on their way. So AG Global, good start. Hopefully they can continue this on moving forward for this day.
What a beautiful opener for FFWS SEA Fall 2024. AG Global nails the booyah, but it's not just AG Global that was impressive in the game. In fact, AG Global actually crept up on us towards the very end. It was GOW. It was teams like Expand making a lot of noise very early game. We saw a little bit of attempt coming through from players like from Teams Falcons as well as Todak, but nothing could compare to the sheer number of eliminations that AG managed to walk away with at the end.
And that is one thing that we didn't witness earlier all throughout the battle, how Ju managed to take down 2 players from the Team Falcons. And the flank right here, we know how well Ju has positioned. Distraction from above, and then Ju just finishing off everyone who's coming out of those blue walls. What a prime tactic for AG Global.
And of course, this is the highlights of the match as we first started the game. It was some pretty heated battles. And surprisingly, Expand managing to survive a lot of the initial ones. It's a tad bit too sad that Mikit could not follow up with his double grenade onto Buriram, because that would have been a great highlight for Team Expand to start off the day, as well as to give them some extra layer of confidence, because the team has not been doing too great recently.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to find out if there will be any changes onto the next maps. But Hawaii Esports, another team who really showed up in this game. And surprisingly, again, there's a few introductions, especially with the new names, the team names that we have. And you did mention where they came from. But with this change, hopefully, like most of the time, it brings in so much motivation for them once you acquired. I mean, we're talking about Team Falcons. The same story happened when they were C-Triple-G. We thought they lost it when they became Team Falcons, but we were pranked. They are just pulling up the biggest prank all throughout 2 battles, 2 tournaments for Free Fire.
But God of Wolf though, GOW, out of nowhere, the underdogs, or the underwolves, I have to say, they almost got crushed, but time and time again, they just managed to survive, pulling off those revives, walking away from gunfights that they did not feel confident in, all the way to that final circle, and they walked away with that second spot. I mean, if you're GOW, that is huge for you. Question is, can you keep this up? Can you bring in that consistency? I surely hope, because this is something that we have seen in the past as well. GOW hitting those high notes and then kind of faltering a little bit later on. I don't want to see any of that.
Yeah, let's head over to the interview right now. Listen up to what they will be talking. It's due in there on the interview.
Yay! How do you feel today, Dew?
วันนี้รู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะ I got motion sickness from the car.
Okay, so are you excited because this is the first booyah of our league?
ตื่นเต้นไหมคะเพราะว่าเนี่ยเป็นบูย่าครั้งแรกหลังจากกลับมา FIFA World Series C. No, because we did good in the practice room.
Okay, so I want to know that what is your preparation ritual look like? เตรียมตัวยังไงก่อนแข่ง
During the travel time, I got motion sickness on the car, and after I arrived, I cannot sleep at all.
Oh, okay. Are you sure that that is your preparation for the tournament?
อันนี้คือฝึก อันนี้คือการเตรียมพร้อมก่อนมาแข่งเหรอคะ
ใช่ครับต้องกินให้อิ่มท้องต้องป่องจะเล่นได้ดีครับ
Yes, we have to be fully fed because the army march by full stomach.
Okay, so last question. Do you say anything to you?
We just said enough, you. Enough. We want more Mustachio and Neptune back in here. We do apologize for the technical difficulties, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We will get it sorted out ASAP. But in the meantime, it has been a fantastic start to the day. Many a teams very much unexpected within that final circle. We're talking about AG Global, GOW, Hua Esports. Dude, the rise of Hua Esports. When they were Team Flash, they disappointed me quite a little bit. I had high expectations from them, but Hua came in and he said, look, I'm gonna take over. I'm gonna give you guys something new to dream about. And dude, massive number of eliminations for them in that first game. I think they were sitting around 10-13 eliminations before they got taken out, which is pretty solid for game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of explanation for that. When they were Team Flash, they just get away that quickly, just like a flash. But Hua, I mean, the energy from Hua.
Yeah.
That really brings in a lot for this battle. Hopefully, it's not just for game number 1. Hopefully, it carries over all throughout the whole day or all throughout the competition. Because I love to see like teams just like this, underdogs who's moving up, slowly moving up, and we've seen how they've taken down a few of the teams. Left Team Falcons, Bermuda United right there, even GOW, as you did mention. I love how they approach that rotation simultaneous with Team Falcons. For some, they might have caught up with the trap. When Team Falcons move up, then they will be going to other side and they will be taken down. But no, they know this tactics, they've seen this before, and they know how they counter.
A very, very soft approach from Buriram United. This is a little bit unusual for the team. Your two-time world champs starting off the day slow. And I think the biggest difference in terms of their pacing was when they came across Expand, right? Because they were going in for the chase. They managed to pursue the team of PE Sports. And they were one of the biggest causes to why PE Sports had to perish pretty early, go back to the lobby, because they forced Nero to break away from the squad. Nero went towards the right-hand side, and I believe he came across Hua Esports or AG Global, one of those two teams, which managed to put an end to him. But you know, that particular pursuit led the players on the side of Buriram straight into Expand, and Mikit's double grenade, that one really, really wrecked their hopes.
Yeah, definitely. And this is, this is our MVP, Dude, the guy who was interviewed earlier. But I love the point that you have put in there. I mean, the grenades are showing up right now, slowly showing up. But as we go in onto the stats of our MVP, I mean, he always goes in as a sniper, this time AWM. But Tatsuya, then we have Andrew Awaken, Amoko. It's just like, it's a package for snipers out there.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, man. And let's look at the pets that they run in here. Dreki, the Beastin, a double R1. It's a very balanced gameplay. Obviously, you guys know what Beastin does. Gives you the extra range on those strobles. R1 allows you to scan out areas to give you a rough indication as to how many players are within the location. You won't be able to know the exact positioning of those players, but as long as you know the number of players, you can determine if or not you want to rotate in or rotate out of that spot, which gives AG a lot of decision-making capabilities very early on within the game, right? And of course, if they do manage to get into a heated battle, that Dreki helps them sniff out those wounded opponents already for a quick finisher. And I think it is pretty much a substantial use of those tactics to get all of those points, right? 19 eliminations by the end of game number 1 is very massive for AG, that 2 of their players are in the top 5.
Yeah, I mean, I love how this is turning out for AG Global. I love the combinations they have as well in characters. Imagine that 4 Tatsuyas and 4 Awakened Andrews. You have the speed, and then you have the buff. I would say both active and passive, you have it covered. And then the combination of the rest, like Suzy, wherein 3 of them are using it, they are just investing so much towards that final circle. And that is what AG Global is doing. When we spotted them outside of the blue, they're just investing the time, waiting for the best time, and then just waiting for the perfect timing for approach, not wasting any resources for any unnecessary shots. And that's with the help of this team overall. 31 points, 19 elimination, and they grab the first booyah.
That this is just absolutely insane, man. And of course, the ones closest to them is GOW, God of Wolf, 11 points behind with 20 points to their name. But towards the bottom, these are just, you know, very surprising names to be looking at the bottom of the leaderboard here. Attack All Around, Indostars, RRQP, Esports. Not so sure exactly what is happening within game number 1, but obviously first game jitters. They're just starting off the tournament. Some of them are just not ready mentally, and these are some pretty big squads, right? So I do expect them to really bounce back from this unfortunate moment. Now, there was a point that we kind of missed there. As they showed us the key players of this match, one of those key players, we highlighted Mikid with 13 grenades used. I think that guy was truly an MVP with those grenades, because it was that exact guy, it was the exact player that stopped Buriram in their tracks. Mikid was the one that disabled Buriram early to allow teams like AG Global to reach that final circle and walk away with that booyah.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's something that really turns up turn the table for the team, and I love to see more of that. Mikid right there. I mean, we rarely see him. It's just a new name that's coming up in this competition, and that is one thing. Once you acquired a player, a new player, it gives a different mix of your tactics, and hopefully that is a good motivation for the rest of the team. As we wait for the next map, the next battle, I'm really excited to have how the other teams who have been left behind in terms of point will respond to their map number 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's insane, man. I mean, you talk about Team Expand, you talk about the number 1 team out of Malaysia, and they have had such a huge roster swap, right? 5 players have been dropped from the Expand roster. This is the Expand main roster, which is insanity. You don't see players like Ken, Spice, Crime, X-Roy, as well as that other guy, Cobra. You don't even see Cobra in there anymore. And the captain is back in play. And I'm not so sure whether or not that is something that they intended or they were forced to do because of the lack of the, the senior talent within the roster. Because you look at Achap, Afik, as well as Mikit, not a lot of solid performance or statistics behind them, but fingers crossed they get to prove themselves in the next few games, because at the end, we still do have 5 more maps to play here. Sorry, 5 games to play, 4 maps. Purgatory, Alpine, Kalahari, Nexterra, as well as the random game before we wrap the day up.
Yeah, I mean, nothing to be excited by the end of this day. There are a lot of reasons, though. But when we talk about the matches that we have to watch all throughout the knockout stage, that is a 108 match, 72 for each team because of the rotation for the group. So this is just warm up for some. For those who failed, I mean, I guess they're studying the tactics. For those of who are really putting out everything in this game, I guess they need that consistency just to make sure that the other teams will not be able to catch up that easily.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, if you look at teams that are really thriving within that Bermuda map, is it a necessity that they also thrive in Purgatory? Obviously, that'll be best case scenario, but are they going to be able to be guaranteed the top 3 spots just because they performed in Bermuda? Absolutely not. We have seen this in the past. Teams that are great at one map absolutely bomb out in another. I'm just waiting to see exactly what AG, GOW, as well as Squad shows us a little bit later on. Fun fact, 2 Vietnamese squad out of 3 teams that are at the very top of the leaderboard right now. So it's great for Vietnam. It's a fantastic start for them. We just want to see that consistency.
Yeah, I mean, surprisingly, PE Sports was left in the middle of the pack, but we know how they work. They can work it out all throughout this knockout stage. But let's head over to the head-to-head. We have AG Global's Do against GOW ESA. Yes, it's geared towards Do at this moment, at this head-to-head, but we know how it is spread out all throughout the team. It's just that Do has a lot to offer, especially as he's far away from the rest of the team. The 1-3 split really works for AG Global with his tenacity on the snipes, but there's no waiting any further as we hop on to Purgatory for map number 2, AJ.
As you always say, neither heaven nor hell. Here we go to see exactly what our fates are going to be. But in the grand scheme of things, this is just day 1 out of 18. You can make a few mistakes, but I would prefer if you didn't.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, mistakes can be corrected for other teams. They haven't corrected most of the mistakes that they have from the previous season. So that is a long time. That's a long time of practice of scrims. So hopefully this map number 2 can change everything. As we look at the flight path right now, it's geared a little bit below or to the south, but not so much that the teams will not be able to reach their drop spot. And we're seeing Crossroads right now as a potential hot drop between 2 teams.
Yeah, unless you're the weirdo that goes to Mode House, then you may have a little bit of a trouble. But thankfully, none of the teams here are looking to push all the way out. Except Todak, they may be weird enough, but we'll have to catch up with them in a little bit. PE Sports in a lot of trouble as AG Global, the current leaders of the overall leaderboard, are dropping right behind them at fields.
Yeah, I mean, PE Sports is just being cautious, sticking together as we look at Team Expand right now, who might be meeting another Malaysian team, which is Team Vamos. And we're seeing a few of those displays already. But a tackle round meeting Team Hua at this point. And Kororo will not be jumping that much. He is on the ground. Limit is at a limit right here, trying to block the approach. And there he goes. Only 2 remain. And the God is being put down onto the the floor.
Yeah, Purgatory is dead broke, bro. He's got 0 coins on him. Run, Purgatory, run! Because there's nothing much he can do. He doesn't even have a Tatsuya charge on him. Left to right, he swings around. Just trying to not get headshot out of here. Purgatory turns around, AUG in hand. But here comes Denbin from up top. But they say bye-bye attack all around. We'll see you in the next map. Wah! What a start.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, attack all around will not be attacking just yet. They will be walking all around the waiting lobby. But let's see RQ right now going in head-to-head, toe-to-toe against Team Falcon. And RQ Kazu, I love the tenacity that this team has. They're not really worried about going against a team early on this battlefield because they know they have what it takes to take them down. And on fire right now, being put down as Razor pulls out that chrono to save himself as well as a little bit of heal from his teammate. But we haven't seen the rest of Team Falcons though. And as we go into the other side, Vamos is being taken down by Freedom United as the battle continues between PE Sports and AG Global.
Wang An did not run away far enough, gets dropped outside, and Don't Cry follows suit as well. Quickly bleeding out, dropped by the one and only Caramel. 600 coins in the hands of Nero. He's the pocket market as well. Do you buy back your friend or not? Saifa Tatsuya burst, Mac 10 in hand, and a headshot from the back. Nero needed another glue wall. Nero needed to buy back the player, but he didn't. And it's all up to LBT. 400 coins in hand. There's a vending machine right in front. Perhaps he will be the final stand for PE, and he is, as Wang An is brought back in. That's an insurance policy for him to continue surviving a little longer.
I love that movement though, that Suya dash, and knowing that you can take that corner so that you will not be shot down even if there's only one opening. That is what this skill has to offer, especially for a proficient player, just what we've seen earlier. But for the rest of the teams, they're just hanging back. They really are not bothered of all the engagement that's happening. And only one team has been taken out. LBT though is in trouble, and we know how Do works it, and the damage has held. And also the glue wall being taken down. LBT just running for his life.
Oh, thank God for Mother Nature. Provides a little bit of cover for LBT, but Do with the Tatsuya burst towards the left. He sees the leg of LBT peeking out. M82P, what a penetrating shot! And another one straight to the head. Do says, bye-bye, LBT, I'll see you later.
Yeah, we still have Wang An though to work with, but LBT will be resting a little bit. I know he's tired of running around. He run away and then try to run away once again. Compared to what we have for AG Global, I mean, they have a vehicle. Not a good driver though, but they have a vehicle to work with so that they will not be tired running. But Wang An in trouble going against Team Falcons, and people might not help him at this point. It's a good thing LBT has been revived back, so there's still hope for them.
Yeah, Wang An paid that one back, bringing LBT into the game before getting taken out. Poor man got shot while he's trying to drive away. Unfortunate for him, but Falcons were not gonna be letting go of that 3 point when they spotted it out there on the open field. Portal go straight towards AG Global. This is a death wish from Raz. He puts a double pump on the Trogon, and it does find the connection. Goes in for more of those shutdown, and Raz finds Cypher from the opposite side as well. Zen nicking away a couple of points from Indostars and all of their hard work. What a play!
What a play indeed. And I love the split that they did just to make sure that no one can get away that easily. But the pickup as well as recovery has been done by AG Global, and Indostars might be in trouble, especially as they are inside of a different team. But the Todak is not moving at all. They're just waiting for the perfect timing. They use the Arvin though, but no one will be taken out, and they are just hanging back in this high ground. Not quite sure what the plan is, but I guess they just don't want to engage just yet. Indostars going against Team Falcons, potential, but it's quite far though, and the ridge that's being taken by Team Falcons might not expose them that easily.
I mean, it was a crazy risky play, man. Portal go, jumps on in with the Trogon, double pump on the grenade, and he was standing on the wrong side of the glue wall. I think he was trying to run away, and he ran towards the wrong side of it. He's so lucky he didn't get knocked down, because that would have been a waste. He would have just traded out one life for the other, and technically one of those points got stolen away from Todak as well. So that could have gone really, really wrong for the squad. He actually is pretty lucky that Todak did not try to engage with his squad instead.
Yeah, I mean, Todak is not being that aggressive. They know that they failed for the first map and they don't want to fail once again. Though they managed to get a few eliminations, but in terms of placement, not so much. But as we go in, Bermuda United Esports going again, Team Expand, and there goes a hit. Too fast will not be too fast as Get High bring him down.
The rest of Expand was swimming towards his location, and now they're just scrambling out there outside the circle. They're like, nope, not this rotation for us. And Buriram does not smell those fishes in the sea. They're rotating away, except one guy. Nah, they're all rotating away. So Expand will continue surviving, at least for now.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if they will get into the next part of the circle. Otherwise, they might just be waiting for Team Expand. They have the distance, they have the time, they have the high ground as well, and Expand might be in trouble. Achap, though, is in a good spot to go in for long flank, but look who's waiting for them. Another Malaysian team, it is Todak, who's just on to the other side. So Team Expand might be in trouble being pinched.
The Malaysian teams are just such where they don't really mind not walking away with Booyah as long as they can stop one of their own countrymen from achieving it. I think they'll be pretty happy. Expand, especially between Expand and Todak, the rivalry has just been such a long time. Expand now gonna be able to take a breather as Indostars approaches Todak from the back, engaging with the players one after the other. Zen, just with the boxing gloves, walking away, not even pulling out a gun just yet. Rogon responds, but it's just a tad bit too slow for him.
Yeah, I mean, this is Indostars right now, not really worried about the rivalry of a region that Malaysia is going through right now. All they have to do is just look for the enemy and lean? Patiently waiting on the side. Oh my god, missed that shot. Luol saves Todak at this point, and Lean will be taken out. 18 Deer, the Clutch King, will be the only guy remaining, and let's see if he can bring back the rest of the team.
I have no idea what Lim was doing. That was such a open shot for him. He could have just gone for the head. He had the Bison in hand as well for the follow-up. A wasted opportunity, and then at last gave away his position and life as well. 18 Deer out of the equation. We don't see those clutch plays from him. At least not yet. Fingers crossed he does warm up all of those fingers before we get a little bored with the squad. RRQ with a slow rotation away towards the third circle. Off-screen LBD down by God of Wolf. GOW still on fire. Holy mama! They're really wiping out PE.
I mean, it's good that they're getting that momentum because RRQ has slowed down compared to what we've seen them on the first map. And right now trying to shoot them down. And there goes the hit. But still managed to survive though. And Nero needs to hustle. I mean, this is going into the third phase of the circle, and the pickup or recovery needs to be done. So no distraction. No distraction. That is what he's thinking right now.
Yeah, that was a solid connection from Nero as he saw. I thought he was going to absolutely miss the shot because he was a little bit too slow with the scope in. But he just flicked it up to the top and he went bam. He still got the nick off of him. Fingers crossed the player does not land somewhere where there are a couple of opponents waiting to finish off the job. But speaking of finishing the job, maybe Todak wants to engage once again with Expand here to finish what was initially about to start earlier on. And yes, Hua was the one on the opposite side to welcome the PE sports player that got tagged and downed and outed.
I mean, let's see if they'll be able to put up this fight. But speaking of fight, Hua right now, only 2 remains for the team. And that is there! Very, very close to death's door. But with only a few HP, managed to take down Nero. That is his 4th elimination overall. Needs to recover, though, before the fight again.
This is the greatest test for GOW thus far. A straight-up 4v4 up against RRQ, one of the best Indonesian squads out there on the battlefield. Grenade cooked up already, but nobody's home. It does not find the connection with anyone just yet. Abe on that long flank round, tanking the damage from the blue. Oh my god, I'm getting a headache.
I mean, he has his shocks on right now, going up and down, but RRQ, I mean, they have a good plan of approach. Now, let's see if GOW can pull this off. I know we've seen them take out a lot of teams, but quite surprisingly, only have 2 eliminations, though. So it's just knockdown after knockdown, and now they're in a fight against Team Falcons. This is not an easy task for them.
Oh, not at all. Tan, of course, dropped at the back as well. Demon very low on that HP. Riptide Rhythm rips down their defenses. Demon could not do much. Now Tan gets picked right back up. The Trogon in hand, but it's a 2v1. Tan goes down as well. God of War being ripped apart. The end, the final player. And a sliver of health left on him. Still alive, but finally knocked down onto the ground. Not before he did manage to, of course, get the knock for him. But no eliminations at all, DOW, in that engagement. Unfortunate, nephew.
Yeah, I mean, very unfortunate because, like, we've seen them pop off from the first map, and they managed to get a lot of knockdowns earlier from the kill feed, but only 2 eliminations, and they faltered in that battle. They will be reset, but the reset will be a very difficult thing for them to be able to catch up. Probably, hey, they can find their way onto the final circle, but as you can see, we have a Team Falcons just making their way to a lot of elimination, and Todak trying to take down Bermuda United. Let's see if they can manage this time to survive.
Buriram up against Toda and PE Sports just watching from the edges of this next safe zone. Trapped with the chase. Ooh, MP5 in hand and gets sprayed down by a Bison instead. Get high with a backstab. Moshi with the backup. Clips the wings. Trap's taken out. And Buriram just mowing the lawn here. 7 pulls out a chrono and doesn't use the chrono at all because he's overwhelmed by the numbers on the side of Buriram. 7 down. Zen the final player. And he uses the launch pad to get away. Too fast. Sees all of this in action. And it looks like Todak's time might just be up.
Yeah, I mean, they are out for the count, and that was just they were baited out there by Bermuda United, being pulled out of the cover, out of the trees, and even out of those glue walls, and they just fired back. But speaking of fire, this is a firing squad coming from Team Vamos right now, directly towards RQ.
Oh my god, I mean, they just saw that portal go being laid out, and all they needed to do was aim at the opposite end of that portal go and take crazy pot shots. They got 2 knocks back to back, but RRQ has managed to pick themselves right back off of the ground. Vamos may be in trouble because here comes Buriram, and all of those glue walls go up instantaneously. The ice grenades as well as the glue wall melt is quickly laid out by Buriram, forcing Vamos back out.
Kalahari is pulling out Riptide Rhythm, and that is clearing up the glue wall that has been laid by Team Vamos, and Raymil has been taken down. It's a good thing pickup has been done. Now June right now with the back end trying to go in for the head, but he just couldn't manage to take down anyone from Bermuda United. And it's a good thing there was a little bit of help from afar though, but AG Global is not really targeting to help Team Vamos, but instead targeting them to go down.
Yeah, I mean, AG Global at this point of time, they don't care exactly who's in front of the crosshairs. They're just taking those pot shots. And now Kathy Z responds as well. Moshi, the final survivor on the side of Buriram. Unexpected interference from AG Global has now crushed the hopes of Buriram United Esports, grabbing the booyah for this game number 2. Vamos, on the other hand, one of the teams that got down and outed a little bit too early in the previous match, putting up a strong fight up against Buriram and AG, dismantling the team of Buriram from the back, and now a portal goes straight to the fight into the next circle up against AG Global.
I mean, they have to use that portal go, otherwise they might be taken out by RQs just waiting. And Riptide Rhythm has been laid out to clear out the area, but just in the nick of time managed to teleport near the team of Team Vamos. But there still 2 remains from this battle though, and the takedown of one of AG Global might be the threat that they don't want, that might be happening for them. But Raymil has been taken down by RQ in there, and Team Vamos is only left with the 1. RQ already spreading away with 2 players in play, and AG Global will be facing a 2v3.
Oh, those grenades, ice grenades, is not finding the perfect connection, but Dew is really low on his health. Nobody's found him! And as I say that, Abe, what a great connection. The grenade follow-up as well. Caramel goes in for the backup, and he gets picked right back up. Abe and Ma'al trying to finish this off, but Ma'al shot from afar, not finding the connection just yet. And Dew with a CQC, M82B, leaving Ma'al all alone to get the job done. But Dew says, not today, not now. AG Global with a back-to-back booyah.
Oh my goodness. They are the team who mostly from the previous season, from the spring season, has been taking 3rd, 4th, if not even lower in the placement, but now showing up back-to-back Booyah. And I love the performance of Du right there. You did point it out. Close range M82B. No one can pull it off that easily apart from Du that we just witnessed.
I mean, Du's definitely one of the better snipers out there on the battlefield, and he just keeps proving it game after game. But the only thing for AG Global is they do not have a trophy. They do not have a championship to back up these crazy plays, because the lack of consistency from the team has plagued them tournament after tournament. But if they can continue this sort of a run, I've got great hopes for them, right? A solid back-to-back Booyah, massive number of eliminations on their side for that game number 1. And of course, to end this matchup itself, another Booyah to their name. I mean, if you are AG Global, you can't really ask for more.
Yeah, I mean, there's no asking for more. If you can grab a Booyah just like this back to back, then you have it all. And they also made solid in terms of the number of elimination. And this is the beginning of their fight, of how they started off. And it's always Du. It's always Du, M82B or AWM, whatever it is, take your pick. But he always land that shot.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, they say monkey see, monkey do, but this Du is not doing what all of the other players are doing out there. Everybody else is trying to do what Du can do. I hope you follow that sentence. And this
there's a lot of Du.
Yeah, there's a lot of Du. And of course, Todak tried to do that same thing to Buriram as well. Unfortunately for them, they were disabled very, very early on. Buriram still has this thing in them, but just no luck on their side to find that final circle thus far.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, let's see if this is something that Buriram United is, or a new Buriram United is showing right now. They don't want to go all out for day number 1. They just want to take it easy, and this is too easy for Buriram United. But I would say in terms of elimination, they had a lot. So even if they faltered from map number 1, they covered it up and they were able to catch up. But again, Booyahs is their thing from the spring season, and this time I think they're working on something else.
Yeah, I mean, AG Global is just making up for lost time. But of course, without further ado, let's throw this back to the host, Yuki, at the Thai studio to interview AG once again.
From AG! Yeah, let's log. This is the Booyah in the first day of the competition. How do you feel? รู้สึกไงบ้างคะเพราะว่าทีมเราได้ดับเบิลบูย่าในวันแรกเลย
รู้สึกดีครับ
Yeah, he feel good.
Okay, so in the last fight, I saw that you fight against RQ. How do you feel about them?
เมื่อกี้ตอนวอลสุดท้ายเราเจอกับ RQ รู้สึกยังไงกับ RQ บ้างคะ
รู้สึกว่าเขาโหดครับ
I feel like they are strong.
Okay. Do you have any icon, your favorite icon in the league? Favorite player?
มีผู้เล่นคนไหนที่เราชื่นชอบเป็นพิเศษไหมคะในลีกนี้
โปกี้ครับ
Pogi from Attack All Round.
Wow, why is that?
ทำไมคะ
เขาเล่นเก่งครับ
Because he's good.
Can you explain in detail what good mean?
แบบดีแบบไหนขอรายละเอียดหน่อย
ดีแบบเล่นดุ
He's quite aggressive.
Okay. Any tip for your fans? Last question.
มีอะไรมีแบบว่าเทคนิคพิเศษอะไรที่อยากแบ่งปันให้แฟนๆไหมให้เก่งเหมือนเรา
ก็ขยันซ้อมครับขยันเล่นบ่อย
Okay, you should train hard and play more for the game.
Okay, train hard, play hard, and it pays off already. Good luck for you for the next game, and we are ready to go back to the shoutcaster, right? If you are ready, let's go!
Thank you very much, Yuki, for that interview, and I really love that. Train hard and play hard. That is what they're doing right now, and it's not that far from the previous competition that they played. And I guess they've been doing that overall. You did point out that they haven't had any crown just yet in the competition. This might be a chance for AG Global to grab their own.
I've got my fingers crossed, but it's just way too early, man. And you know the storyline. regardless of how well you dominate the group stages, it means absolutely nothing. Because the grand finals, I mean, yes, you do have point rush. Yes, you do have the capability of picking up some bonus points, but it's all about the final day. How you dance that tango on that final 6 rounds. It will determine your fate. And if AG Global can perform like this on that final day, oh yeah, I'm gonna be very, very excited for them. But if they pull a Buriram, then it's going to be a little upsetting, right? But I hope and pray that not just AG Global, but a lot of these teams use the elongated format of FFWSC to really treat it as, you know, professional scrims, you know, and at the same time put out the hustle, because there's a lot of money behind these professional scrims.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a lot at stake right here if you falter, if you let it go. But again, the target here for the team for the knockout stage is just top 12. If this is just them securing their placement earlier on. So day number 1, or say week number 1, they can pull off a Buriram as long as they can end top 12. But towards the end, on the grand finals, point rush, yes, it does help, but in grand finals, that's where everything. They just need to rewind back their experience on day number 1 and bring everyone back to this level.
And of course, if you attack all around, I think this is time to wake up and start attacking all around, because they are in desperate need of some solid points. 2 games have elapsed and they have barely picked up anything for themselves. If I'm not mistaken, they have a total of 1 point right now, which is, I think, not enough. I think I'm just making a wild guess. Wild.
1 point. I think everyone could agree that it's not enough overall.
They are only 52 points behind AG Global. But you know what? Attack all around is just that sort of a team, right? I mean, we've seen moments where Jump God, Poon God, Kororo, they have shown us that they can break the limits alongside Limit X7 himself. And that's exactly what I'm waiting to see. And at the end of the day, this is a Thai squad. Hey, you can bet on the Thai teams to make it into the top 12. But of course, I would prefer to see it earlier than later, of course.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is not good in terms of, especially the level that they have. Attack all around, like if we go back years, they have a good plan of approach. They have a good tactic to, like, pretty much what we've seen from Buriram United. Stay silent, or say Team Falcons rather. Stay silent and then slowly move in halfway through. That's where they grab the points.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't saying what you were saying. Dew was about to stick a pen up his nose, and okay, first of all, I love how we're showing the graphics of the highlighted players and the highlighted teams now. Instead of just having plain graphics, we actually have the player cams and we're highlighting them live in front of you guys, which is pretty legit. I think this needs a lot of effort, and the production team is killing it right now. Let's take a look at the elimination leaders, right? Dew with 13 eliminations. Yes, you say that, Peace Boy, because peace is something you're not bringing out there onto the battlefield. You are crushing all of them. And speaking of crushing, Death has been bringing exactly that to the rest of his opponents that he meets out there. 9 eliminations. This is huge for Hua.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, one thing that might be a reason for Buriram United not performing is Joanna is taking the lead. Now, no offense to Joanna, but you know how Wasana most of the time gets this spot as the elimination leaders. If Wasana is not popping off, then there is something wrong, or they're not just giving it out everything just yet.
Yeah, I think they definitely learned their lesson from the previous FFWSC. But let's, of course, take a note of the key players here as well. Saifa with 9 headshots, pretty sick. 8 grenades from the side of 7. But I don't think those grenades got him all that too many, at least none that we saw. Blue Wall, Destroyer, Ma'al, as well as one of the sharp snipers out there within Bermuda. But we didn't really see a lot of those snipes here in Purgatory. Moshi with the 7 knockdowns. They did not result in eliminations, unfortunately, for Moshi. You know, one of the biggest clutch players out there, not really having the best of starts here at FFWS SEA Fall 2024. Fingers crossed we do see them kind of jump back in. I know Buriram doesn't want to go like 100% all the way from the start, but I think they need to make a statement, especially after faltering the past 2 tournaments and missing out on such prestigious titles.
Yeah, definitely. As we look at the game standings right now, we have 22 points being gathered by AG Global and 21 very close behind is RRQ Kazo. I love how they're showing up right now. Bermuda United is just a very close 11 elimination and 7 on the placement. That brings them a little bit high, if not very close or next to AG Global. So this is what we're talking about. Bermuda United, they might not be performing that well compared to what we've seen them in FFWS SEA Spring, but they know how to bring themselves back up, similar to what we've seen for Team Falcons.
Yeah, massive improvements from RRQ. The team that you see right in front of you right now, RRQ 6 points in Bermuda and 21 points in Purgatory. That is a massive jump for them. Very happy to see RRQ go back to their winning ways here. They were literally a couple of shots away from getting the booyah in this game as well. And you have to see the threat that Indonesia presents out there on the battlefield if you're from Vietnam or Thailand. And I'm sorry I'm not including Malaysia into the list just yet, because Malaysia just hasn't proven itself to be a tough competitor for that #1 spot. But if you're Thailand, if you're Vietnam, then you got to watch out for RRQ. And even Indostars, I mean, these guys might not end up on the #1 spot by the end of the group stage, but they really find ways to surprise us in some games.
Exactly. I mean, we pointed out how well the Clutch King, I would call him Clutch King overall, especially with that performance that we saw earlier from 18 Deer. Sliver of health, he's being chased down, still managed to go for the takedown. But again, these teams are showing up. Like, we have 18 Deer from Indostars, we have RRQ, Kazu. All Malaysia need right now is to show up just like Indonesia, or not take the whole battle out just like the rest of the teams, or the rest of the teams from Thailand.
Absolutely, man. And of course, we're going to queue for a break. We're going to take a quick bit of rest, grab some water. And when we come back, we're going to be hopping on into games 3 and 4. Please do not go anywhere.
Get ready, Free Fire fans! The biggest event of Free Fire is back.
The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024 Fall Trophy.
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will invite active teams from 4 regions.
We have 5 from Indonesia, 5 from Thailand. You know what? We have 5 handsome teams from Vietnam.
Oh no. Indonesian is better. Everyone know that Thailand has the best player in the world.
No, Vietnam still have the best handsome teams. And
3 from Malaysia.
They will compete head-to-head to win a share of the 300,000 USD prize pool.
And of course, Thailand will be the one who bring this prize back home.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show in this Free Fire World Series SEA Fall 2024. I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia. Together with me is the Mustachio AJ, and we are here to break the argument of who's the most handsome. No, rather, we are here to break down what's going to happen for the rest of the show. We just finished 2 matches overall where AG Global just went for a back-to-back for that booyah, and we'd love to see another one from them.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And yes, first of all, I would argue that I'm more good looking. Second of all, I'm pretty sure all of the Vietnamese players are like, wait a minute. Why are we the most good looking? You are supposed to argue that we are the best players out there on the battlefield. But I guess the host is just allowing them to earn that title, earn that sort of a credit for themselves through their gameplay, right? Thus far, I mean, we had a good start for a couple of the Vietnamese squads, but it did not continue game after game like I was expecting, and now all except Hua is standing in your top 3.
Yeah, surprisingly, I mean, we're expecting PE Sports to move up a little bit, similar to what we've seen from the previous season and the other tournaments that we've seen them on. But it's a good thing that Hua is really bringing it on, going in 3rd from what we've seen on the rankings. And let's see if Alpine will be their map. But we know how it is. Bermuda United, they're just waiting for this chance to grab a booyah if in case they're still the king of this map.
And of course, AG Global will be looking for the back-to-back booyah, just like how Falcons are looking for a back-to-back championship. Speaking of which, I don't really see a lot of hot action from Falcons. Even Buriram is actually doing better than Falcons. This is a little bit of a surprise here. I'm expecting a little bit more aggression from both Falcons as well as Buriram in this next game. Unless, of course, they get caught out once again, which could also make things exciting. I mean, your top hitting teams not really cutting it on the very first day should be able to give a little bit of extra confidence boost to the other teams that truly need them.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they're just waiting to be thrown down halfway through the 12 teams right now. That's when they will trigger to play a little bit better if they're not. Yeah. But let's see on how it will work out this time, because Bermuda United is just waiting for their chance. It's sitting pretty right now, and all throughout the other maps that we've seen, they're always been the number 1, but I guess not for the first few. Not for the first couple of matches. For today, it was AG Global, who's currently on number 3 when we look at the numbers in terms of the FFWS SEA Spring 2024.
And once again, it's just all about Thailand dominating these maps, dominating these games. But if you really want to talk about Team Falcons with the back-to-back championships, they have really proven when it truly matters, on a day that it truly matters, they can keep that consistency up. A mind-blowing sort of a statistic for you to hold on to when you're not really the most feared team out there. You're a very capable team. You know how to play a good game of Free Fire, but to be consistent when it is needed back-to-back through tournaments is nothing short but mind-blowing. AG Global, just one of those squads, but I wouldn't really say that they are the biggest threat out there. That being said, back-to-back booyah for them.
Yeah, definitely. And we are looking at the used pets, and
Wait,
I'm
wait,
sure
wait,
that
wait,
is
wait.
not
R1 had plastic surgery, and R1 looks a little cute at this point of time. I mean, R1 always looked cute, but just a little cuter now.
Yeah, I mean, that character, that pet rather, is Agent Hop. And we're looking at. So Arvin is a lot much greener at this point, but couldn't disagree with the numbers. That the number of times that Arvin has been used so much, even for this day. We've seen teams who pull out a triple, if not all of them, with an Arvin. So that really increases more of the chances that they will be in that number one spot.
Absolutely, man. And of course, Agent Hop is going to be hopping out of here as R1 will take Hop's place once again, as he legitimately should, as we swing on in to the cold and slightly warm parts of Alpine. Biggest question is, will Forest Red be dominated by Expand? I'm pretty curious as to how the formatting and the strategy of this squad is going to be, because you've got your OG captain Too Fast coming back in as a player to lead the squad to victory, but thus far they have been struggling a little bit out there. That being said, they have more placement points compared to Buriram or Falcon, which could be a good indication.
Good indication. I mean, that is a good start, a good stepping stone, I would say, to grab a booyah. If you know how to position themselves a little bit better onto the map all throughout the final circle, then you will be able to grab that booyah plus a more elimination overall, because you're surviving a little bit longer.
This is very interesting. Expand actually not taking Forest Red, moving towards Rivermouth instead, and the close competitors, the one and only Vamos, sneaks their Forest Red away. I will not be surprised for a very quick rotation by Expand into Forest Red right after this from Rivermouth, just to punish Vamos for sneaking into their spot. But in the meantime, it seems to be a very early engagement here for Hua Esports, as Buriram catches them with a very early engagement.
Yeah, I mean, Buriram United really is triggered to grab that number one spot. They want, I guess that is a goal. To end the day being a number one, we've seen that so many times, even being pushed down early parts. Let's just warm up for them. And they're taking down Hua, that we are cheering on from the beginning of the show, especially with how they perform. But Joanna right now trying to take down Poppy, and Poppy surviving, healing up. But the glue wall might not help him, as we are seeing Jonah go in for the rush. Good. Oh, what? No! Jonah has been parked back, and there goes the hit. Buriram United receiving a ton of damage. Only Wasana and Moshi remain.
Jonah did not see that one coming, and neither did Mochi. Hua Esports turning the tables on your two-time world champs. Now, Shin, can you finish the job? Wasana's dead broke. He can't buy anyone back in. He doesn't even have the pocket market. He needs a vending machine. He cannot run away. No more Tatsuya burst here. Wasana, is this where you fall? Buriram, is this where you falter?
This is very, very different from what we've seen Buriram United has, but he is healing up as being Sports' first team to be eliminated. But again, a lot of teams that has great potentials being taken down a little bit early. It is not looking good. Same goes, but no! The hop from Wasana making him still survive a little bit longer.
Wasana! Oh my god, with a sliver of health on him, Shin finishes the job, and Hua, 4-man strong. Yanbin, Poppy, both picked up. What a great start for Hua Esports.
I guess there's not the time yet for Buriram United Esports to grab a booyah. On the other hand, they didn't get much point, being 11 on the placement. And I guess they will be pushed down, and who will be taking their place? If Hua continue this on, they will be second by the end of this game. But again, a lot of potential for the other teams. AG Global, the back-to-back booyahs for today, is just waiting for the perfect moment to really bring it on, but no one's surrounding them. So I guess they're just chilling right now.
I mean, crazy stuff from Hua Esports. Unexpected turn of events. Jonah going in for the shutdown onto Poppy, and the 180 with the M1887. You have to be very careful if your opponent's holding that shotgun, especially in a CQC. But the problem is Jonah saw that. Jonah was being careful. He sidestepped, hopped over the glue wall, but Poppy's reaction time and the patience, because if you misfire on that shotgun, you have to wait for the reload on that double barrel, and that downtime would have definitely taken him out of the equation, but the man did not miss, and what a crucial shot that was for him, because that takedown onto Jonah was the start of the downfall for Buriram in this game number 3.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's like Hoa just used Buriram from what we've seen earlier from map number 2 in Purgatory. Baited them out, making sure that they are calm, collected before the jump happens. And we know how that hop onto the glue wall is often being used by Buriram United. So somewhat that is expected. Probably that's what they studied overall for Hawaii Sports.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And, you know, it's great that these teams are doing their homework, making sure they know exactly what to do out there when it's most definitely needed. And why esports isn't really one of the titans to fear out there on the battlefield, but clearly they've been putting in good homework, because the reaction time, the decision-making capability in such a sticky situation up against Buriram where they were being hunted down, dude, that really shows a lot of hustle from the squad. But speaking of hustle, AG is being hustled right now by Todak, a team from Malaysia that's desperate for points out there.
Yeah, I mean, desperate indeed that they are rushing all through. Not a split, really, or there's one on a split, but Zen right now might be putting in so much of pressure against AG Global. There goes takedown against Caramel, and a second one is about to follow, but no! Missing that shot, and Cypher just beat them down. 2 down already for the side of Todak and Wings. That's the reason why he fall back, because he might be expecting or probably thinking that the teammates will be going down, and they have a good chance of recovery. 900 on the free fire coins for him for revival, but it's just not looking good for Todak, especially with that approach.
Well, let's see if or not they can fix that approach a little bit later on. Attack All Around, on the other hand, a team that's dead last right now, sitting on the 12th spot. We did tease them a little bit, saying that they only have 1 point thus far. And yes, they still do have 1 point thus far, since they haven't picked up anything on Alpine just yet. But if there's a good time to start turning your fate around, now would be the time. Attack All Around is not too shabby on this map.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is one of their best map, I would say, for the competition, and hopefully they can survive a little bit longer so that they will not be left out. At least good placement point, practice on that, and then try to find your spot for elimination. But speaking of elimination, Hoa, who eliminated Buriram United, is now about to target Team Vamos. Capizi being spotted, but missed entirely by Shin. But I guess all they had to do is wait. They can gatekeep the teams, but unless Team Vamos splits up and gets away from Snowfall, then they can survive.
Cypher bringing Caramel back. Ramiel survives. 1 tag, but it's the M82B. Death can go in for the shutdown, and he's straight up with the bottle go. But it is Ramiel with the chrono. Time Turner saves him. Now 17 HP, uses the chrono of his opponent to stay alive a little bit longer. And it's the FGL that burns down the glue wall. Ramiel on the opposite side. Bison in the hands of Death. And he throws out the FGL shot as well. That does not connect.
And doesn't connect it just that easily. But going back to Hawaii Sports, we have a Team Vamos right now. It is one who has been taken down. Let's see if they can bring back another for the teammate. GOW though, a pickup needs to be done, but Thon just fall down onto the other side. It's a good position then for them though to recover, as RRQ is being destructed by Demon, who is above.
GOW in a lot of trouble here, all because of the positioning of RRQ and Expand. They have nowhere to run. They have to take a fight against either one of these squads. And it seems like RRQ is already the aggressors here. Wow, off screen, just absolutely demolishing the players of Vamos. And as I say that, Expand is taking away at the HP of the players on the side of GOW. RRQ slowly on this approach as well. They eventually have to come across Expand. But in the meantime, they are trying to finish off the remaining players on the side of GOW first.
GOW just taking their sweet time to recover, to plan their exit from this compound. RRQ RRQ is doing the same thing, but the intention is quite different. Using that portal to go from the flank, just to make sure that they are not spotted by GOW as they fall back. And GOW right now is just recovering, but Expand is putting up so much of a pressure. Let's see if Demon can bring the devil into this gameplay and bring them down.
Damn, Axel. Good play as Mikit with the grenade launcher tries to find one, find two, but finds absolutely nothing through all of those shots. Now Chrono popped out already, not so sure who brought that out, but Mikit hits the double. Demon eliminated. Mikit gets a knock as well. Great play by the bomber of Team Expand.
And this is the return of the grenade launcher from the hands of Mikid, and there's so much that this Mikid can do at this point. Now, 4 eliminations for Team Expand. It's looking good for them, but they need to move in. They need to replenish all the resources that they lost because the zone is leaving them behind. And we just saw how other teams already got in the way of this compound and made their way so that they can gatekeep the ones just jumping in, and that would be the trouble later on. But speaking of trouble, Raymil just blew out of that vehicle, and Hua Esports is still alive and kicking. And who are they kicking? 9 elimination. Oh, I think everyone in their way is being kicked.
Yeah, I mean, like we discussed, man, Hua Esports, they used to be the #1 team out here in Vietnam. Of course, they used to be known as Team Flash in the past. P Esports overtook them in terms of performance, and everybody had forgotten about this squad. But they're just here to remind us that we should not be counting them out. They are back in the game, and they are wrecking everybody that they meet out there on the battlefield. This is only a great sign for the whole Vietnamese region. Now you've got 2 Titans on your side to make a play for the Free Fire World Series. We're talking about the final competitive championship, the biggest one in the world of Free Fire.
Yeah, I mean, you did ask it. Esports already moved up, and we're asking for another team from Vietnam to move up as well. And this is Hua Esports who's doing so. Attack all around, though, after eliminating some, this is Team Vamos, I believe, that they eliminated, grabbed the points or 3 points, and their next target is in those stars. Now, the question is, will they be able to pull this off? Because we know how it is. Attack all around is being silent right now because they don't want to risk losing another gunfight and then ending up with not so much points.
Sometimes silence is golden. That's what my wife tells me all the time. She just can't wait for me to shut up. I disagree with her thoughts. I think I can speak more often. But GOW loses Iza. Just on a drop, though, they have not gotten him eliminated just yet. And RRQ is just watching all of these shots coming on through. Circling around, they are going to try to gatekeep the players of Expand, and too fast, exposed, very low on that HP, unfortunate for him. Riptide Rhythm, make it exposed, Axel is there for the save, but the team of Expand in a terrible spot at this point.
Yeah, terrible spot indeed. Let's see if they can get away. Razor right now for the rush, and there goes the Axel being taken down. Vehicle almost exploding. This is troublesome for them, but on the other side, we are seeing GOW being eliminated by Todak. So I guess the performance of GOW is only for the first map, but the battle continues. RRQ is still in a fight, this time against a team who went back-to-back. AG Global right now, getting a few elimination, and let's see if the rush will work for them.
Oh my, Cypher out already. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but Raiders is really low on that HP. And it looks like the FGL once again popping all of those glue walls one after the other. The ice grenade does a little bit of damage as well. Razor with a sliver of health. Carabao! Oh! And the XMA gets the final bullet in the coffin as they eliminate RRQ.
RRQ, I mean, they were aggressive as they sat back in that compound, but AG Global, they have the momentum, they have the motivation to grab a few more points. I don't think anyone would stop them just yet unless they are brought down a little bit early into a map that will slow their approach, but not this time. Team Falcons, though, still part of a top 6, trying to target attack all around, but it's a good thing that the split is working for AAA right now, and they will not be taken out that easily.
Dude, there are just way too many Thai teams in this game. AG Global, right beside Indostars. Indostars need to be very careful because this is a brand new, flashy version of AG Global. But here's the saving grace. AG Global does not need to worry about Buriram catching up with them, at least not in this game, and they can extend that lead at the top of the leaderboard a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, imagine the point difference of 22. That's an entire game overall, and they can still get a few more points. But Hawaii Sports still on the run to grab that second spot, and they are still part of this game. Now, a tackle around though, still struggling to find a spot for themselves. They managed to find the edge of the circle, but Team Falcons is trying to take that away from them. And one more is just stuck in there, just a little bit surprised in case a tackle around managed to go for the flank.
Yeah, tackle all around in a very sticky situation. Hawaii Sports approaching this fight as well to be the third party. This is just absolute insanity. Falcons desperately trying to finish off this fight here. Peter with the FGL just managed to find a couple of connections. Kororo running away, tail between his legs because the bison in the hands of Peter just a little bit too painful. One more, getting his life ticked away by the blue zone, but will be able to sneak on in towards the safe zone in the nick of time to continue to stay alive.
Hawaii Sports going and knocking down the doors of Team Falcons. Let's see if this is another team that they can take. But no, they run away, making sure that they survive. Team Falcons remain to be alive, and they can go cross all throughout this battlefield. And the only team who's waiting for them is Indostars from afar. But Todak, on the other hand, just buying their time, not really putting themselves in trouble of sticking out, but AG Global already jumped in on them, and might be stopped right now, and Todak might be in trouble as their HP is being trickled away in this gunfight of 4 teams.
Big potential for the Booyah here for Hawaii Sports. All they need to do is just stay calm and wait for that final battle. AG Global, they are just being absolutely piled upon. There's nothing AG can do. They back away and do actually buy Cypher back. This is insanity. He tags the blue and Cypher inside of the next zone. Insanity play coming through from AG just to hit yet another Booyah. But the question is, can the guy make it? Coscu still alive and kicking, but he needs to face off against the whole team of attack all around. Peter picked right back up. On Fire moves away as well. Peter holding the fort back, but gets On Fire knocked Peter down onto the ground as well. Nobody is looking out for Hawaii Sports on the opposite side, and they bring the damage in.
Good position indeed for Hawaii Sports. No need for glue wall. They have an entire wall for them as they go in for the flank right now for the 10th, and the rotation is so prime. 15 eliminations on them already. Only 1 remains for Team Falcon and a few more from Indostars, but they will be sealing deal for Team Falcons, a 4v3 situation. And let's see if the Clutch King can clutch this once again against Hawaii Sports. And 18 Deer just laying back, making sure that they have good information in the position of Hawaii Sports.
It is a 4v3 Hawaii Sports. Are we gonna see the perfect completion of this comeback play? X-Team Flash currently Hawaii Sports, but one down on the ground. Poppy unable to do much, but Shin manages to pull the reversal with the Bison lean down and out. Rap really low on the HP, but 18 Deer, the clutch got out of 18E, cannot do anything as Indostars go down. Hawaii Sports solidifies their comeback with a solid Booyah.
Oh my goodness. And it is very close after the previous map on how the points are between Hawaii Sports and AG Global based on the performance that we've seen right here. But we saw a little bit of increase of numbers as well for AG Global. But for sure enough, AG might still be in the top, and Hawaii Sports will be following them very, very close.
I mean, this is a good comeback. No. This is a great comeback for Shin, Yanbin, Poppy, X-Team Flash, current Hawaii Sports with the addition onto Death as well from GOW. They are now unstoppable. Here's the final clip of the engagement as well as to how Hawaii Sports did this, and a massive game, I have to tell you. I mean, 20 eliminations to wrap this match up by the end of 23 eliminations to wrap this match up is nothing short of super impressive from Hawaii Sports.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they are impressing us overall from the beginning of this day up until this moment, and they're still not faltering. This is the consistency that we have been waiting for, not from Hawaii Sports though, but from PE Sports. But again, if anyone from Vietnam can replicate and exceed what PE Sports has done, Hua is doing it right now, especially as they take down Bermuda United in the early parts of this game.
Oh yeah, I mean, Hawaii Sports almost got taken out of the equation way too early, and because Lux didn't have them, on their side as they met Buriram. But of course, a little bit of that luck kind of shown through, all thanks to the addition, the backup of the skill that they had quick repositioning. Poppy especially with the timely shot with an M1887 up against Jonah, the captain of the squad, and then Buriram just came crumbling down. A valiant effort from a very early skirmish, almost getting eliminated, to winning the lobby. That shows the fight, and of course the reposition as well. Why Esports was very smart with that final circle. As they saw the crowd move towards the opposite side, they said, okay, all right, we do not want to mess with you.
I mean, they have a good plan and plenty of time as well to play. And I did mention about the little wall they have right there as their cover, and all they have to do is just go in for the flank behind everyone else. That's where they stop them for that booyah. I'm really happy with the performance of Y Esports overall. I love to see them even more for the rest of the maps.
This is insane, okay? This is unreal. This is peak Free Fire insanity, because Y Esports literally have come out of nowhere. They have risen from their graves. I'm sorry, Team Flash, but you were not so flashy in the past. But right now, they look like titans. Right now, they look like they can absolutely crush the... You're talking about them making the two-time world champs look like no competition at all. I mean, Wasana had a great stand-up fight in a 1v2, managed to get those 2 knocks, but it was the timing. It was that backup. It was the way they dealt with all of that aggression. But of course, we need to take a pause on what we have to say. Let's throw this over for the interview. I actually forgot this girl's name. What's her name again?
Yunsu.
Congratulations on your very first booyah. So, a very basic questions to open our interview today. How is your feeling right now? Thì đầu tiên là mình xin chúc mừng Shin đã có được một chiếc booyah rất là xứng đáng dành cho Who Esports ngày hôm nay. Thì một câu hỏi rất là đơn giản để mở đầu buổi phỏng vấn ngày hôm nay. Không biết là Shin cảm thấy như thế nào vậy ạ?
Mình cảm thấy rất vui ạ.
He feel really happy as always. Then moving to the second questions. I've heard that we are using the new device to play our games today, which is Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. So, you and Who Esports, does everyone feel comfortable with the phone right now? Thì Yusui được nghe biết là chúng ta đã đổi qua một thiết bị mới để thi đấu, đó chính là Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. Thì không biết là Shin và đồng đội của mình đã dần thích nghi được với điện thoại này chưa ạ?
Thì mình đã thích nghi được ạ. Điện thoại rất là mượt ạ.
Vậy các bạn có gặp khó khăn gì trong việc thi đấu hay là trong khoảng thời gian mình làm quen với điện thoại không?
Điện thoại này thì lúc trước team mình đã có trải nghiệm qua rồi nên là khá là thuận lợi ạ.
Các bạn đã trải nghiệm được bao lâu rồi ạ?
Trải nghiệm từ giải Snap có
trải nghiệm từ Snap. So basically they have been used to this new device. It's really easy to use and it's pretty smooth as well. I also asked Shin that since when you guys started to use this phone, and he said they have been using Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra since Snapdragon. What a very interesting information that I've heard. Then our final questions is, so you guys have achieved the booyah in this game. So moving on to our next game, which team you feel that you need to be careful the most, and also you don't have anything you want to send to the viewers. Thì đến với game thi đấu thứ 3 thì không biết là Shin mình sẽ có cái sự cảnh giác nào nghiêng về cho đội tuyển nào hay không, và đồng thời bên cạnh đó là Shin có cái lời nào muốn gửi đến các bạn khán giả không ạ?
Mình luôn cảnh giác tất cả các đội tuyển ạ. Mình xin gửi lời tới các bạn khán giả là cảm ơn mọi người đã xem và cổ vũ Việt Nam ạ.
He always feel he needs to be aware of every team. And also, thank you for always watching and follow Who Esports. This is the end of our interview. Let's head back to the caster and start our next game. Cảm ơn các bạn đã lắng nghe buổi phỏng vấn ạ. Và bây giờ chúng ta sẽ quay lại với bạn caster và bắt đầu trận đấu tiếp theo nhé.
That shows the confidence the squad has within themselves, and it is all about the consistency that we look for, that we demand for out of these teams, out of these players. And oh goodness me, I cannot believe they have risen and they are continuously delivering, blowing our minds, exceeding expectations. I think they've won it already. I really don't care if they overtake AG Global. Y Esports, they are a winner in my eyes for day one, for sure. This is a phenomenal comeback from where they used to be.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 17 from the previous season is not showing at this point where how Hua is showing up. And again, it's the support. It's a support that they might have been receiving that's really being a motivation, plus the performance of PE Sports from the Esports World Cup, as well as the previous season of FFWSC, because it gives them more chances to be in the same level, if not exceed the level of PE Sports or what PE Sports has done.
Yeah, I love it, man. I mean, you look at your opponents, you look at your competitors from the exact same region, and then you look at where they used to be a couple of seasons before, and you used to always lead the pack. You used to always be that number one Vietnamese squad, and then you fell from grace, and then you see PE Sports not just overtake, but take it, multiple steps ahead, right? You see them achieving, things that Flash had never achieved on the stage similar to FFWSC. You see them achieve great things at EWC as well, making a name for themselves, and I'm very sure that kind of motivated, and that's exactly how competition is supposed to work. Not out of jealousy, not out of spite, but you look at the opponents and you get yourself motivated to really perform your best out there on the battlefield, and I think that's exactly what Hawaii Esports is doing out there right now, and it's nothing short of impressive. I want to see more, and what's more impressive than them just getting this booyah or having those consistencies in the past two games is the fact that through eliminations, they are one of the dominators of the day, and it's all thanks to this guy as well. Shin, 8 eliminations in game number 3. My God, that's insane stuff.
Yeah, I mean, he's the guy who has left with 8124. Not a lot of people is using this character anymore, but I love how he's using it. Not only that, they put in a little bit of Otho in this game, and we've seen that the knockdown, after the knockdown, it has helped them to keep track of their opponent. If you look at the characters overall, Tatsuya is always being used, 8124, but a lot of Antonio is being used as well in here. So to give them a little bit of boost in terms of shield points, that's a reason why they're so aggressive in their approach once they time it right.
And of course, it's all about the timing here. Look at the stats that the team brings through. It is not like just one guy was doing all of the work. I mean, massive number of work done by him, but everybody chipping in on those numbers, putting in that damage. And let's take a look here. That's with 14 eliminations. Shin with the 12 eliminations. These are the elimination leaders, and 2 players out of Hua, 2 players out of AG as well. AG Global leading the fray up on top in the number 1 spot at the moment. Duo, of course, in the number 1 spot. Cypher in number 3. It's a close fight between AG and Hua, and I never thought I would say this at the start of the competition. When I looked at the rosters, when I looked at the teams, I never thought I would be saying Hua being the dominators of day number 1.
Yeah, we're looking if we're adding up the numbers of Hawaii Sports and AG, the dominators, I would say. Only 1 point difference between them. But same goes overall. Only 1 point in terms of elimination between the teams. So that is how close it is. But the gap for the placement, because of the back-to-back booyah that AG Global has, that is the increase that they have against Hawaii Sports. But the key players, though, Sheen is still there. 8 elimination. Cypher is still there with the damage. Wings, though, I mean, the revived teammates, not good news for them because it wastes some of the resources, but it's a good thing that they still have some effort to bring back their teammates. And Ma'al with the glue walls destroyed, I don't think anyone can take that away from him that easily.
Nah. Ma'al has been a constant performer here, and he's going to be wrecking glue wall after glue wall, mainly because he's the sniper of the squad, mainly because he's running the Skylar. That Riptide Rhythm is going to be demolishing multiple glue walls with just a single shot, and he obviously has been making good use of that active skill. But obviously a couple of other players, a couple of other teams here need to hustle, step things up as well. You're looking at Team Expand, you're looking at Team GOW, both of these teams sitting down on the 7th and the 8th spot on the overall leaderboard, and it does not look good for them as of this moment because they're really falling behind when it comes to those eliminations.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's one thing that they need to work on, but before anything else, placement goes first. Find yourself in the circle, each phase of the circle, and that's when you focus on elimination. Some teams has been so aggressive, and we're talking about some like Attack All Around as well as PE Sports. Yes, it might look impressive, but it's not working well in terms of numbers. As you can see right now, none for PE Sports for this match, so we need to slow it down a little bit. Do it as Hua is doing. Well, not really as what they did in Alpine because they went against Bermuda United and won.
I mean, it's insane to see what Hua is doing right now, right? And of course, like we've been talking about all this while, look at Hua Esports right now, sitting now right behind AG Global, 12 points difference between them, and one game could just put Hua on that number one spot. We've got 3 more games to go, so there's many opportunities here, but of course, equal number of opportunities for AG Global to run away, equal number of opportunities for Falcon as well as Buriram United to jump back up on top of the leaderboard. Many things can happen in here. Thus far, it has just been a truly shocking day for all of us in a good way, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a good way wherein a lot of teams are popping up.
Yes.
But again, there's a long journey for all these teams. This is just day number 1 out of so many days, so many weeks of the knockout stage, and a lot might change towards the end. It's just excited because we are excited to see everything unfold for this day.
I mean, I'm truly excited to see exactly how these teams are going to be catching up with AG as well as Hua. But, you know, there's been a sneaky predator in the competition. That's RRQ. They haven't hit a booyah thus far. They are not showing up very aggressively in these fights, but they are currently in the 3rd spot. And that shows you the threat out of Indonesia, right? 20 points behind Hua right now. 2 games can really put them, you know, in that number 1 spot if they can perform back-to-back, just like what AG Global did earlier.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if RQ can do that, they will catch up that easily. But again, it's AG Global, Hua Esports. They're taking board right now, and only 1 map difference that might balance it out against these 2 teams. So if Hua can pull out another booyah, it will be tied. They might be taking the number 1 spot, and RRQ will be left behind. They just need to find a good way, a good spot of getting a lot of elimination, because so far the aggressiveness, yes, it's working for them in the elimination department, but not in the placement. So as we look into the top 3 teams of this, I'm just focusing on number 2. AG Global is still there, and I won't be surprised if they can maintain the spot that they have right now.
I mean, well, they've done well 3 games in a row. I will not be surprised at all if they do so once again. Based on FFWS SEA Spring, you see Tatsuya A124 as well as Homer being the popular characters used out there on the battlefield. Obviously, this has had a little bit of change in the recent past, most definitely because of the Awakened Andrew finally being brought in here. Sorry, this is the active skill. So if you look at the active skill, what will be changing just a tad bit here, I believe, is that Homer being kicked out of the equation and Skylar being brought in mainly because of the capability to back up those snipers as well as to back up the rushes who are getting into the thick of the action.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's a reason as well when I saw what Shin was using earlier with the A124. It's not often that we've seen from match number 1 up until now. But again, they're still sticking to the same tactics as before, slowly improving, slowly changing if they would change, because I guess they're still useful for their tactics over in this game, in this day. But once we progress and find out what the other teams are using, they will find ways to counter that as we move in map after map, day after day.
Absolutely, baby. As we gear up for game number 4, we fly into none other than Nexterra. That is your next map, and I wonder if or not anybody will be able to break the momentum of AG, Hua, and RRQ that they have been carrying into the game thus far. They all have some of the most solid skills out there on the battlefield, and to pair with that, the most ultra equipment that you can hold in your hand, the Galaxy S24 Ultra.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this bring in performance overall, but let's see how they perform in this map. I know we were expecting Nexterra because of the intro, but we have Kalahari right now, and Nexterra is something that most of the time being left towards the end. So Kalahari is where the teams are going to play, and Hua Esports, no surprise, already in the battle and going against attack all around. A better chance for them, but this is different map. So let's see if the story continues for them.
I really got pranked by production there, man. I was like, wait a minute, they changed the map. We just gotta wing this. And that made me mess up my spiel, but it's okay. I forgive you, production. We'll get you later once this show is done. Attack all around up against Hua at Shrines, and it seems like Hua's just, absolutely begging for action, and they seem to be getting it time and time again. Earlier it was Put It Up, now it's Attack all around, and I have to say Attack all around, just the easiest squad to deal with. But the problem is, here comes Falcons as well from the very edge of Shrines, looking to be the third party in this equation. So Hua, if they make one small mistake here, it could be over early.
Or if in case they don't recover after the battle, they might be taken down by Team Falcons, who's very, very close. Gunshots being heard and slowly creeping in from the side. A backstab might be happening right here, but Attack all around is the unsuspecting target, I would say. As you can see, look at the position right here. Hua is just sticking together, making sure that they will not be taken down one at a time, and then they're just ganging up against Attack all around. Jump cut going in for the jump, but will be taken down, and from far behind, there goes the trigger that hits the views of Team Falcons. Is already joining the party even before it ends.
What a shot from Peter. He took that flank, and he just a sliver of health left on him. Yanbin could not provide that backup. Peter does have a lot of room to top his health right back up. The jump pad is going to help him get away from the thick of this action here. And Falcons going in for the chase to finish the job that Attack all around started. Hua in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Shin is also dropping in as to where two of the players of Team Falcons are, and there you have it. Elimination of Hua. So much potential, so much of hype being brought into, but again, probably it's the difference of scenario or difference of team who's going against them. They dealt with one team, managed to put them down, but with two teams, it's a little bit more tough.
Yeah, Thailand just did Vietnam dirty there, man. I mean, a 2v1 on the squad challenge, that's just unfair. Wow, just down and out a little too prematurely, but of course, that's exactly how the cookie crumbles here. Katizi down. Span up against Vamos. This is a heated battle. The rivalry between them. Katizi walked away from Expand to join Vamos, and it looks like this is payback, baby. Captain Too Fast down on the ground. Archer from the back. McRory's still alive and kicking the sprays, and he will be able to pull out the chrono as well. The time turner stops those bullets, but not enough to slow down Axel. You may be able to take down my captain, but not me, my friend. He steps back into the fray, and Archer finishes the work. Vamos just could not stand up against Expander.
Yeah, definitely no standing up against them. But as we go in, the two-time Booyah takers for this day, AG Global, going in for the battle against Attack all around. I guess they're finishing what Hua is starting, as well as Team Falcons. But as you can see, they are pulling away from that engagement because no one else is in that area. GOW, though, going against Bermuda United. Let's see if they can have the same situation as Hua Esports showed for the previous map.
Demon has managed to back away already. Put it in a perfect situation for the ambush. XM8 in the hands of Osana. Deadly weapon. Good range on it as well. Demon, on the other hand, does not have a weapon to respond to Wasana. He's really low on his health as well with the AUG in hand. Wasana with a very quick rotation round. All thanks to Kalahari, you do have a little bit of assistance from the grappling hook just to maneuver around the battlefield. As I talk about the maneuvering, get high, gets one knock, instantaneous shutdown onto Dian as well.
I mean, GOW will need to go out of the way just to make sure that they will survive. And Demon just providing that distraction, but he will be taken down. Son goes into the other side, but might not be safe because he's heading directly into PE Sports. And not only that, AG Global is on his heels. So he just needs to stay in this compound, loot up whatever, and bring back the rest of the teammate because Isa is not looking so good as well.
Yeah, Tun's definitely going to be toasted here if he can't get to that vending machine with another 200 coins. Plays this very safely. He sees Cypher from afar and he quickly ducks behind a tree. So that gives him a little bit of extra room to work around with. Now, those coin machines, even though they have been looted up by another squad, he still can pick up those coins. So he's not in a bad position here. He just needs to make sure he doesn't get caught out.
Yeah, I mean, the vehicle is also a cue that someone is in there, so he's a little bit cautious. And Team Falcons right now, no caution for this team. 8 eliminations already. early into this game, and we're on the first phase of the circle. The next target with PE Sports, and on fire right now, going in a solo mission just to take them down. And here comes the rest of the team flying in, but Peter will be knocked down. Wangan, no target is not yet out, was able to Tatsuya his way away.
Yeah, great Rebel rush to play the defense. Riptide Rhythm flying on in as well. On fire's glue wall instantaneously taken down. And Limit from afar does manage to get the knock attack all around, helping out Falcon snuff out PE Sports.
I don't think that's a help. They are getting elimination for themselves. They just want to get those points because they really need the points, and that is what you can do to get a one-up against Team Falcons. Koski right now half on an HP bar, but Jump God will be the distraction to stop him from shooting.
Yeah, two players were shooting at Koski at the same time, and Koski still managed to get the knock and elimination. It just shows you exactly how lethal the guy is. But Kuroro with a great comeback here. XM8 manages to get a knock. No elimination just yet for him, but that does buy attack all around. A little bit of extra time to rotate around. The FGL just being so annoying. Flagon is able to penetrate through very thin walls to have a little bit of damage laid out on the other side of that wall as well. And pretty deadly to glue walls out there on the battlefield. So if you get an FGL, it's just one of the metas to play around with now.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like glue walls are being sad boys at this point. Like, this setup of meta has been the destroyer of glue walls from Skylar to FGL, and let's see what else. Nairi being nerfed a little bit, so let's see how else can they turn this around. GOW turned around, but Dion was taken down, and Team Falcon still beating on him.
Oh, solid play from GOW, but it's just breaking down one after the other. Riptide Rhythm brings down their defenses as well. Koski revives Peter in the same time. Star in a lot of trouble. Wings with the M82B can't seem to find those shots pretty accurately. The distance was just too much for him to deal with, and he backs away.
Yeah, he needs to back away, definitely. But I mean, I though above him, and Wings has a good sight on them. But on the other side, Osana is just grabbing a few more from the airdrop. Jonah, though, jumps in, and Wings, using his wings, but no, get high, shoots him down. And I love the formation. Looks like an eagle right there. Eagle being shot.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And Buriram not giving Toda any breathing space at all. They've got that high ground advantage on top of everything else. Zen losing a little bit of HP, 7 backing him up as well. Jonah being the troublemaker here. Get high right behind him on the assist. Moshi a little bit too far away. They don't have the numbers to really crush the hopes of Toda just yet. But Jonah keeping up the pressure. And what a fantastic use of that chrono. Time turner open, combined with the portal go to escape the crosshairs of Buriram. Smart play from Team Toda.
I love how it's turning up right now, but smart might not work for them, especially for the teams who's hunting them down. Team Falcons, though, Koski still alive and kicking again. The buff that he has on him, he is like still bearing that Andrew, awakened Andrew like everyone else, but he knows how to get away from harm with continuous gunshots. So I guess it's more of the skill level that cost you surviving this battle.
Right in there, the clutch guy. Unfortunately, he only managed to shut down on fire. But can we talk about 17 eliminations for Falcons? Yeah, I think they won their #1 spot.
Yeah, I mean, this is what they are aiming for. They know how to bring themselves up, and we're only in the second phase of the circle. How far eyed them? They're tied with RRQ right now. Easy for them to grab that #1 spot with just the numbers, or number 2 rather, with just the numbers that they currently have. So let's see how far can they pull this off, as AG Globals has taken more points in here, but still trying to battle against RRQ and losing a few of those gunfights.
Riptide Rhythm from another team, and that it just puts RRQ in the straight up crosshairs of AG Global. Unfortunate for them. Abe on the ground. Duds, what are you doing? Running in for the save. Spots out Cypher, tosses out a grenade with a grenade launcher, and he's there in the nick of time. This was a risky play, but he manages to pull it off.
Yeah, I mean, just rush in, make sure that everything is clear before he goes back for the pickup. And Ma'al is going in for the information, making sure that the pickup is successful. And I guess that's what they're waiting for, making sure that everything is clear before they go in for that recovery. But as you can see, the two teams already in this area, PE Esports still battling Indo Stars and surrounding them as a lot of threats for this engagement.
Yeah, you need some guts for a gameplay like that, man. I mean, so props to RRQ for the survival play, but in the stars, not as lucky. SP Esports pulls off a fantastic flank. Raf now just bleeding out a tad bit. Due traded out by RRQ off-screen. AG Global in a heated battle up against the Indonesians still. PE Sports all surrounded, but Indo Stars a little bit too spread out to take a very aggressive fight against the Vietnamese squad.
Yeah, let's see if they can fire back or bring this on. PE Sports with only 3 elimination, and we've seen that a lot of teams has been taken down from their side. Now, compounds being taken just by 2 teams, and Falcons will be the threat. We've seen how well they play the timing after the engagement has happened, and they need that position as well to get into the next phase of the circle. But no, they will be catapulting themselves on the other side, but still the intention is there for them to go for a third party.
Uh-oh, the battle between brothers of Vietnam. GOW up against PE Sports. DN spots 1 P90 in hand. Great SMG, but does not have the aim. DN instantly put down on the ground. Demon, Trogon in hand. Great weapon, needs to wait for the perfect timing. Nero steps in, and a great glue wall by Nero to stop those shots. Demon, a little bit panicky, runs out of the circle, tanks the damage by the blue. Demon now putting himself at a disadvantage. Ice grenade chipping away at him as well, but he still holds on. He still survives. Medkit comes out. In the meantime, Ramos is out.
Yeah, Vamos is out, and we're left with a few teams, and this is what I'm talking about. Team Falcons just waiting for the perfect opportunity, and this is it right here. 19 elimination going in for the 20th, and there's a lot of players in their crosshairs to add up to this point. On fire, recovered from the damage, and here comes PE Sports slowly moving in. Knockdown after knockdown, and 2 with that nade has been taken out.
Cosque, the bomber of the squad, just putting in the work. Yet another one. Courtesy of Mr. Cosque. What a knock onto Nero. Can he follow up? Unfortunately not. No more grenades in hand. He drops his health right back up, taking the damage from the blue. Nero down on the ground as well. Cosque will be the damage dealer and the finisher from his buddy as well. Tan just hiding away from all of this action inside of the container, hoping and praying neither RRQ or Expand finds him.
Yeah, I mean, I love how they are surviving that battle in spite of how many engagement they are facing in. That is helped with the shiny that they have in play for the characters. Expando, survivability at this point on the top 8, trying to target a Todak right now. Good position for go for the jump, a little bit risky though. It's a good thing that Suya is in there to get away from harm, and all the rush. Only one remains. Traps will not be trapped. Managed to get away as well with that Rebel rush, and who's knocking the door? It is Team Falcons for more.
Oh, 10 eliminations strong. Expand, this is the rise of the squad, but way too many teams still alive and kicking in there. Expand needs to be really careful. Too fast the captain, a little bit too far away from the rest of his team members. Now Mickey with the great survival rotation, and Riptide Rhythm flies on in to break down all of those defenses. Not in an offensive setup, it was just Falcons trying to rotate around and not have those glue walls block their rotation. Very smart use of that Skylar, and they also have time to have that countdown kind of run out and that Skylar pump come right back through.
Yeah, let's see if they can rush in, because Expand has this circle guarded. But from behind, we have Borim United, who might have spotted PE Sports Nero, but no, he's still safe. He had good cover, but with those nades can give a lot of cues. And there goes Nero being taken down by Wasana, and elimination of PE Sports.
Buriram still alive and kicking. Great position on the battlefield. They can use the elevation of this hill to play that solid natural defense. 18 Deer, the clutcher of the side of Indostar, still alive and kicking as Todak gets taken out. Expand actually making good work on the side of Falcons here. Can they actually make the work of Buriram a little bit easier? Axel on the chase. Clear opportunity, does not go for the takedown. Instead thinks about saving Mikid. A little undecided as to where he has to rush here.
Yeah, and that's one thing. I mean, you need to be quick on your heels and make that decision quick as well, because there's not so much time. Indo Stars will be eliminated in the 5th, and Mikid right now running through, but RRQ Maal almost going in for the hit. It's a good thing that he slowed down. There goes Stop. trying to beat him out. Only a few HP remaining for Ma'al. Here comes Wasana, making sure that no one escapes this maze. And there goes the shot. Stop will be taken down. And it is stopped by Wasana, but Moshi from afar.
Yeah, great Riptide Rhythm coming down to take down their defenses as well, but unfortunately they couldn't really make good use of that. The players instantaneously running away from those down defenses. But now look at this, a great comeback here from Team Expand. Malaysia finally making a little bit of noise up against their two-time world champs, Buriram.
Let's see what they can pull off at this point. Too fast right now. Ooh, crisscross right there for the battle against Wasana. Wasana with only a few HP. No one's going down just yet. Mickey, though, is still alive and kicking, but too fast will be knocked down. No recovery for him, and Jonah is the next target. They need to make a decision as to who's going to flank. Otherwise, they will be confused and baited by the two-time champion, Buriram United.
Expand just left with one. Buriram 17 eliminations up already. Make that 19 as they secure the first booyah of the day for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, currently in 5th place, they can move up several spots, that is with the tactics that they have. Unfortunate for Expand though. I mean, it's a good run for them. He might be able to knock down or take down a few more from Buriram United Esports, but the focus is spread out. Once they try to chase one, they are distracted for either to help out their teammates or probably to gun down who's shooting their teammates from the other side, making them undecided. They are the ones who get eliminated.
I mean, regardless of whatever that happened there in that final circle, this was a solid play from Expand, a phenomenal comeback from Buriram United Esports as well. I mean, both of these teams desperately needed those points. Expand a little bit more than Buriram, so it's really good to see how they made their way back in. A little messy for sure from the side of Expand. I think they could have been a little bit more put together, but it's just day number one. There's a lot of room for improvement here, and as long as you can find these final circles and go back home and review some of these review some of these final moments of that matchup and find out exactly what mistakes were made and make sure they are not repeated, you should be pretty solid. I mean, this is after all the #1 team out of Malaysia.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a lot of improvements can be done if they do the homework, they do the work overall. But look at the highlights right now. This is where this is where Expando started their battle against Team Vamos, and they almost lost. But Team Vamos is just making their way. A lot of potential for the other teams, and as well as Hua Esports, who took the first spot or first eliminated spot in this game. It might be a determining factor for them to slow down in the aggressiveness of their like in each approach.
And AG Global had an opportunity to really secure that #1 spot for themselves, but unfortunately they got downed way too early in this matchup, right? I mean, one of the first teams to get taken out of the equation as a whole, and that allowed Buriram and Falcon to catch up with them. I mean, yes, Expand performed really, really well, but it cannot compare to the numbers that Buriram and Falcons pulled away. And I think, Falcons were standing at about 20 eliminations in total before they got eliminated. Buriram walked away with 19 eliminations plus the 12 from the Booyah as well. So massive round for the two Thai squads.
Yeah, and for AG Global, I mean, despite of them being taken down a little bit early, they've invested so much already in points, but it makes it very close for the other teams to really catch up and end it for today. Still have 2 maps though. One is Nexterra, another one's a random map, which makes it quite easy for Team Falcons or Buriram United to catch up on the points. It's just surprising. It's just a big wow how Buriram United and Team Falcons can do that in this game. But we're going to cut off the information, the talk right now as we go over to the interview for the Booyah.
Already here, Buriram United Esports, Wasna! Yay! B to the R to the U. Hey! It's already game. I think it's a bit too late now. What happened in the first 3 games?
ค่อนข้างมาช้านะคะ เกิดอะไรขึ้นใน3เกมแรก
ก็ตอนนี้ลองแผนอะไรใหม่ๆอยู่ครับ ก็กำลังปรับตัวครับ
We are trying to adapt our new lineup and try the new strategy when playing.
New plans, more struggle. Okay, guys. Okay, can you describe 3 words about your style of play?
ขอ3 คำสำหรับวิธีการเล่นของเรารูปแบบการเล่นของเรา
ยืนนานๆครับ
Okay, what?
ยื้อนานๆครับ
Okay.
It's like trying to hold the times as much
Yeah,
as
yeah.
possible.
Okay. Oh, what about your team? Your team. 3 words.
สามัคคีครับ
Union.
Union. And who is the funniest player in your team?
ในทีมใครตลกที่สุด
เกตไฮครับกับพี่เต้2 คนเด็กลงครับ
Get high and เด็กลง
And who is the most reliable player in your team?
คิดว่าใครในทีมพึ่งพาได้มากที่สุด
คุณผู้จัดการนะครับ คุณเขตซีนอนลูกพี่
The manager Sinon.
The biggest manager. The big boss. Okay. Can you tell us about the mobile phone that used in this season? Because it's already changed. Have you have any struggle to adapt to use it in this season?
เกี่ยวกับโทรศัพท์ที่เราใช้ในการแข่งขันครั้งนี้ค่ะพอดีว่าเราเปลี่ยนไปใช้ Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra รู้สึกว่าเราต้องปรับเปลี่ยนวิธีการเล่นอะไรบ้างไหมคะ
ก็ปรับเยอะอยู่ครับ แต่ก็จะทำมันให้เต็มที่ครับ
We try and we adapt a lot but we will do our best
But it's easy to play, right? มันก็ใช้ง่ายอยู่นะ Okay. Anything you want to say to your fans?
มีอะไรฝากถึงแฟนๆไหมคะ
ก็ฝากติดตามนะครับพวกเราจะทำให้เต็มที่ครับรายการนี้
Okay. Say to your fans already. And last question. Say to your component.
มีอะไรจะฝากถึงคู่แข่งของเราไหมคะ
ก็เจอกันครับ เดี๋ยวผม
Okay Okay เอาใหม่
I will help you.
Okay,
3, 2, 1. Action.
ก็เจอกันครับ
See you in the game
See you in the game. That's what he says. So, are you ready? Other regions? Buriram is already came here in the house. And now back to you, Shoutcaster.
There you have it. I guess they had to extend that interview because that's the longest time that I see Wasana smile all throughout. Every time a question is being asked, he smiles. So they had to extend that interview just to make sure that he gets his daily smile a little bit longer. But United is back at it again. They know how to get back into play. And again, this might be a day of pranks. They might be pranking us that they have lost it, but they are just giving us a little bit of warm-up.
Bro, they're sitting on the 3rd spot on the overall leaderboard right now. That's how crazy Buriram is. You can have a day where you look like you're not performing at all and still be in that number 3 spot, right? That's insanity right there. They've got 2 more games to grab that number 1 spot, and all they need to hope and pray for is for AG Global to pull another one of those previous rounds, get eliminated early, and then they, on the other hand, pull off another booyah with solid 15 to 20 eliminations, and boom, we're in that number 1 spot.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the MVP right now still wearing that Tatsuya plus the Dreki and Shani. I mean, I love how they're using that right now as their approach of recovery. It's not always the buff of the armor. They can use a little bit of healing for themselves, that they can add a little bit more flavor in characters. Good counter for them overall. But let's see if anyone will be able to change that or counter them as well. It's not so much of Tatsuya for them. It's more of how they can mix and match the characters. As what Wasana mentioned, they're trying different stuff.
Yeah, not many teams can really use Shani effectively because you see them kind of walking away a little bit too far away from each other. Shani does have a little bit of an area of effect where she does share the shield points with the player as well as the teammates, but they need to be within a 10-meter range. But, you know, when you look at Wasana, you know, it could maybe not be teamwork at all. He may just be looking for the extra armor for himself because this madman is constantly rushing in there for all of those eliminations, but he needs to be careful because Dew and Cypher alongside Death on fire. In fact, all 4 of the other players on this top 5 leaderboard eliminations are looking for his spot because they're not too far behind.
You know why Wasana is so, I would say, so aggressive despite of having that much of armor and healing? Is because Get High has a Tiba. So even if he gets
Yeah.
down, he can be picked up a little bit easily. But as a key players for that match, one more with 4,313 in the damage. Keroro with 8 on headshots. 10 knockdown from Wasana. I guess all the elimination that they have was from a knockdown, and glue walls used from Mikid. So let's see. We're not seeing anyone destroying those glue walls. Probably so much glue walls that has been put up by Mikid.
Yeah, we didn't see as many of those Riptide rhythms coming into play this time round. There is a huge potential that we just missed it, or as we were spectating very specific battles out there on the battlefield. But of course, I do anticipate to see more of those a little bit later on, especially in Nexterra, where you've got so many buildings, and when you do erect a couple of glue walls, it just blocks out the entrance into these buildings, and the Riptide rhythm can come in handy. 31 points picked up by Buriram United, and right behind them, Falcon Esports just proving to be an absolute pain, picking up 29 and making sure Buriram stays in that number 3 spot right behind them.
Yeah, I mean, that point that we've seen is very similar to what we've seen from AG Global. So I guess AG Global, do whatever you want. Buriram United says we can replicate that as easily as you did.
I mean, at the end of the day, you've got now 3 teams from Thailand dominating at the top of the leaderboard. And yes, there is a potential that Hua or RRQ catches up with them, but they'll need 2 solid games without any mistakes whatsoever. The one a little bit more convincing is RRQ, based on their past games, based on their history throughout all of these past tournaments as well. But Hua might just be that unsuspecting underdog. But either way, we'll need to take a quick short break. When we come back, we will witness if or not Falcon and Buriram can sneak away that number 1 spot.
Get ready, Free Fire fans! The biggest event of Free Fire is back.
The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024
for trophy.
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will invite active teams from 4 regions.
We have 5 from Indonesia, 5 from Thailand. You know what? We have 5 handsome teams from Vietnam.
Oh, no. Indonesian is better. Everyone know that Thailand. have the best player in the world.
No, Vietnam still have the best handsome teams. And
3 for Malaysia.
They will compete head-to-head to win a share of the 300,000 USD prize pool.
And of course, Thailand will be the one who bring this prize back home. You know it, right? It's our country. Impossible for other region to win. No chance for you guys.
don't talk too much. Let's continue our announcement.
Let's go.
Tournaments will have 3 stages: knockout, point rush, and grand finals. Starting on 16 August 2024, 18 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 6 weeks.
They will compete in 18 match days across 6 weeks of knockout stage.
Oh, and a friendly reminder, do not give 5 booyah to that team again, my dear survivors.
Teams from
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and this is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Fall 2024. We have seen 4 matches overall, and we're up to the next 2. We are up for Nexterra and a random map on the Casters SI. I'm Neptune the Gemma Garcia. Together with me is the one and only Mustachio AJ. Will be the voices that you'll be hearing all throughout the next 2 matches. Let's see if this is the rise of Bermuda United once again, and as well as Team Falcons for this day.
Absolutely. And, a little bit disappointed I am with the performance of PE Sports, but, we'll allow the team to have a little bit of leeway here. I guess they're just warming up those fingers. EWC, Riyadh, perhaps some of those players fell sick. It was really hot over there. But no excuses, right? Falcons as well as Buriram, they were there. They're back here. They're absolutely wrecking the competition. What's still missing from this whole equation is Falcons are up here in the top 3. In the top 3, you've got AG, Falcons as well as Buriram. But Falcons are the only one without a booyah. So perhaps Nexterra is the place where they claim it for themselves.
Or they can grab that number 1 spot without getting any booyah. It is possible, especially with the performance that they shown earlier. A lot of elimination overall, and that can be a record breaker by this next map. But again, random maps is what changed some for the teams. And surprisingly though, Bermuda United has taken Kalahari for the booyah, where we were expecting them on Alpine, and in Alpine, that's where they were taken out a little bit too soon. So a little bit of switch around that's happening, which I love entirely, because yes, we have assumptions. We have assumptions of how they can grab that number 1 spot by the end of the day, but they're just changing things, making it a surprise.
Yeah, I mean, AG Global clearly has been the most consistent one when it comes to the placement points, of course, except that previous game where it was a tad bit unfortunate for them. A little bit of an early encounter, and they got taken out of the equation a tad bit too early. But when you look at the performance on this map from FFWS SEA Spring 2024, the event that happened before the Esports World Cup, it was dominated mainly by 3 teams, Buriram, Falcons, as well as Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds is not playing today. They're in Group C. They'll be in participation tomorrow. So Buriram and Falcons, these are technically the 2 teams that we were just talking about. So there's a high probability we see them really dominating and raking in those eliminations. I want to see if we can have a 3-way battle between them and AG in that final circle, just to heat things up a little bit more.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's very, very close between these 3 teams, and I'd like to see Hua Esports be included in the mix as well, because there's a good chance that they can do so unless they are taken out a little bit early into this matchup. But let's go into the future. Nexterra is our next map, and let's see where the flight will bring us here.
Okay, I'm not going to be pranked again. This time, for real, it is going to be Nexterra, baby, as we hop on into the battlefield to see exactly who walks away with the biggest chunk of the points this time round. Earlier on, it was, of course, the one and only Buriram. We got to see Wasana smile for the first time in a long time. I want to see more of those smiles. But at the same time, I want to see Falcons and their interview. They haven't had a booyah just yet.
Yeah, I love to hear from Team Falcons how they're adapting to using Galaxy S24 Ultra, or have they been using it all throughout before this competition? But let's see as to how the flight as well as the teams are dropping right now. PE Sports might be meeting AG Global, which is not looking good for them in terms of their placement.
I'm a little bit nervous because my wife is watching the broadcast and now she's bugging me to buy this phone for her. I'm trying to convince her that maybe we'll wait for the next model, but she insists no. So I'll probably test out the phone by next week already. Oh, what a turnaround! Tan with the double revolvers. He manages to get Zen tucked away. Beautiful shot and the reversal. But then, of course, getting turned on by traps from the back. MP5. The guy was already really low on his HP. A good 1-for-1 trade thus far. But with wings being clipped as well, this seems to be trouble zone for Todak.
Yeah, 7 will be in here as well as traps, but wings will be revived that easily. The question is, where will they be dropping? And GOW right now putting a lot of pressure there. Goes 7 and traps as well. 2 down. That easy in this gunfight. GOW really is trying to get back on track, especially with how they performed earlier in this day.
I mean, GOW is definitely a solid team for today's performance. They have done better than Indostars, Vamos, PE Sports, as well as Attack All Around. So that's a fantastic place to start. But speaking of fantastic, Vamos with a superb elimination onto their enemies from Malaysia, eliminating Expand, the #1 squad from the country, from this lobby very, very early on.
Yeah, now they are facing with WA Esports. Recovery is being done, and WA Esports not really taking advantage of that situation wherein they can wait for them to lose resources. But McCrory has been taken out. Here comes the rush. Poppy right now, not popping off that much, missing all those shots. But with a MAC-10, let's see if he will be able to go in for the finisher against June.
This is WA. They desperately need to hold on to their points here. Fantastic backstab by Poppy. Takes Jun out of the equation. Vamos able to quickly back away from the threat that Hua brings into this fight. And all they need to do is just hang on for a little bit longer. What, 3 eliminations? Oh my lord! Poppy follows up. This time Wang An in his crosshairs. And he does not give anybody a chance to get away.
Yeah, Wang An will be revived instantaneously. 4 eliminations, though, that has been brought in by PE Sports. And this is because of Team Vamos, who was unsuspecting. The buyback has been done. 3 players before Kathizi has been taken out. Now, 5th elimination for PE Sports. This is a good run for them right now. They're still inside the next safe zone. And let's see if they can try and survive for the teams who's surrounding them. As we look into Attack All Around, going in against Indostars, wherein Indostars is not really showing up despite of how many clutch they can pull off.
Yeah, Indostars, they do have a vending machine here, but they have to be very careful with this approach. Poon got down on the ground. Beautiful headshot out of Raph. And then Woodpecker. Raph once again buys in backstab. And 18 years there as well for the backup. Indostars mowing down Attack All Around.
I love the position right there. Glue walls and each opening is covered by Indostars. That's where they started shooting into the middle and took down 3. Now let's see if Limit can be pushed to his limit as well. He has 7 in his name. I guess he can put it up to 10 if 18 Deer will miss this shot. But no! It is Raph from afar. Woodpecker in hand brings him down. 4th elimination being taken, but no taking out the entire team just yet.
Clinical pincer by Indostars. Limit had no option whatsoever except to give that away. Valiant effort by him though. The team has still not gotten taken out of the equation yet, all thanks to Limit. The time that he has bought has allowed his team members to get away and potentially play that revival shortly. Attack All Around. We need to catch up with the Survivor in a little bit, but in the meantime, Hua with 5 eliminations, really looking to grab that #1 spot by the end of the day.
Now let's see if they can pull that off. RRQ right now just bringing back the aggression. And this is good for RRQ. Aggression from a distance. Because I know they can pull it off up close and personal, but the other teams are just very, very close to each other. In some cases that they falter when they are against two teams on a third party. So all they have to do is secure a compound, wait for anyone, and I love that position. It's quite open in the surrounding areas of that compound. But for PE Sports, only one remains, though they are the one leading in terms of elimination, and the one guy who's dropping in has nothing on him just yet.
Absolutely, bro. We gotta catch up with PE Sports a little bit later. But in the meantime, Buriram United right in front of us, facing off against WA Esports. The winner gets to take the third spot by the end of this one. If WA does manage to shut down Buriram United right here, right now, they will take over their spot on the overall leaderboard. And number 3 is not too shabby, but I don't think Buriram is going to be an easy target at this point.
Yeah, I mean, not an easy target indeed. They're hoping for that number 1 spot by the end of this game, if not by the end of the day. Now, let's see if Indostars can carry over more of those eliminations. WA Esports going in. Death will be knocking on Death's door with hands up. Get high. Shin and Yanbin, only 2 players remaining in this battle. But for the side of Buriram United, only a few is on our visuals right now. 2 or some managed to get away, and Get High will be revived as well. Jonah, though, still alive and kicking. Wasana, though, was able to pick himself up. And let's see if this battle by Shin can be successful.
Yanbin is there for the backup as well. 46 seconds and the circle will start moving, albeit not too much of damage to worry about. It's just circle number 2 at this point. But what you do have to worry about is 2 Buriram players right on the opposite side. Make that 3, all circle around. Wasana with the backstab. Trogon to the back of Yanbin. And it looks like it's up for Poppy. Out there in the open. Pocket, can he get the revival? I think he does.
He did, and no elimination yet for the team entirely, though HP is dying down for him. But as you can see, we have a little bit of fishing action right there in the waters, into the river, and it is a Falcon who missed a few of those shots. Into the edge of the circle, it will be closing in 5, and we are heading to the third phase. They need to move fast, though, and a lot of teams might be cutting their approach. As we head over to Indostars and RRQ, the position of RRQ, again, keeping the distance from everyone else. Once they spot Indostars, they will, or they need not to rush in. They need to keep that distance and then hit them from afar, and the pressure is being felt right now by Indostars.
The battle of the Indonesian brothers Indostars up against RRQ. RRQ have got a decent enough space to work around with here, and Indostars don't really need to step out of the bunker, so they are pretty much well backed up in a situation like this. All they need to do is just exit the opposite side, use some good glue walls to get away, or better still, just wait for a little bit of a distraction. I don't think we saw a portal go on him, but wait a minute. Kathizi is just a little bit too rich, isn't he? McRory 2,300. Kathizi with, I think, 4,600. Where are the 3,600? Where are these guys finding these coins from?
They grab 5 eliminations, pretty much like this, just not spending it and waiting for the perfect timing, but they have lost 1, and that is the timing that they were waiting for. To bring back their teammates, with Ramiel, and then they can get a good position. But onto the edge of the circle, being surrounded by 2 teams, not looking good for them, and all those cash might be at a waste later on.
Kathizi tagged up by the Homer. Doesn't slow down, possibly running the Joseph on himself. In the meantime, Team Vamos finds that reposition. Falcons right behind them. They're already assembling. Vamos, this might not be a great play for Kathizi. Tagged up, good glue wall. Backs away, and On Fire shows up. Oh, good chrono. But can't do much. Wasted chrono. Wasted coins especially. The guy unfortunately put down and out of the equation. June spotted out as well. On Fire, M1014. One opportunity, Tatsuya bursts right in front of him, and he pulls out his own chrono. Jun can't do anything at all.
Yeah, I mean, that is a good use of Chrono right now. Trying to survive, and they can give that bait just to make sure that June goes down from the hands of 3. But Team Falcons is just looking for any one more. War Chest will be leveled up to 3 if in case he has the time and can get a few more. RQ, though, still maintaining their position, making sure that they are alive and kicking inside of the next safe zone, as well as in a good distance. And there goes a few hits against them. them by PE Sports, if I'm not mistaken. But GOW is just stalking them very, very close. They've been in here for quite some time, and it will be risky if in case anyone gets near.
I mean, it was a waste of coins from the side of Vamos. I mean, Kathizi, instead of purchasing a portal go to help himself reposition out there on the battlefield, in fact, not just himself, the whole squad, he bought the Chrono. Chrono couldn't really do much for him in a situation like that. A little bit of a waste for sure, but he does get to retain some of the coins as he is revived. Ramiel will now need to play his role on the squad. Jun gets a double, but traded out instantly. PE Sports out so early, courtesy of Vamos. This is just going back and forth. And now Jun out as well. My God, this is not looking good for Team Vamos at all.
Yeah, I mean, the aggressiveness is not working for them. All they have to do is sit back a little bit, not in the open, especially with how they play that against Bermuda United, and they will be taken down. 8 teams remain. RQ still maintains their position, though they are very close to Indo Stars, but they're not letting go of their elevation as well as a good point, a POV against GOW.
And you look at Abe. He's holding that portal go. That's exactly what Vamos should have done earlier. They had one vending machine to play around with themselves. And of course, you know, thanks to the whole update, right? The latest patch update disables the purchasing of portal goes from the pocket market. You have to go to the vending machines, therefore bringing back the vending machines into play. At one point, these were just forgotten tools out there on the battlefield thanks to the pocket market.
Yeah, I mean, some teams will need to make a few changes, but Hawaii Sports will be eliminated on 8. Now, AG Global, they are still here to maintain their top spot, but those trying to chase them on number 1 is Team Falcons as well as Bermuda United. And let's see if they will be given, or it will be given to them. Good use of Cassie right now. Survive. Wasana is trying to go in for the push, but didn't work out on that glue wall. And here comes the rush against a team of attack all around, just into the edges of that compound, not really jumping in, so as they will not be trapped.
Yeah, nobody here to intervene in this fight as well. Wasana pushing forward slowly but surely. Question is, can they find the first knock coming through? That's a positive on their side. Just too many of those defenses, the natural defenses through those buildings available here on Nexterra that keeps attack all around still alive. And of course, those repositioning, constantly rotating around the players of Buriram to make sure they don't get tagged.
Yeah, Osana right now is still linked to Jonah, I believe. Attack all around is going in for nade hits back to back, but no connection just yet. They're still alive and kicking, and I guess Bermuda United is just baiting them to waste all their resources because no damage overall.
I mean, that's just crazy from Wasana. 3 grenades, no knocks coming on through. But the man has 18 medkits. Nobody uses 18 medkits in one lobby. I don't know what is stocking up so much of the medkits for, but we'll find out eventually. Raf 18 here, both down. Your clutch king from the side of Interstars cannot dance around. At this point of time, Raz out as well. Liam, the final survivor, goes in not for the save, but straight away runs away towards the vending machine. This could just be a brilliant play from him.
Yeah, let's see if that can be pulled off. RQ right now just taking shots against AG Global, and attack all around is also in the vicinity. But RQ have a few of the players surrounding them, so let's see if they'll be able to get away just in case they get close. Indo Stars being eliminated by Caramel of AG Global. RQ trying to take back a few more points, a few more to bring themselves up, but against these teams, it's really, really tough right now.
Lim was looking for beautiful Riptide Rhythm coming on through. AG losing all of the defense limit. Dropped in the nick of time by Dew. What a headshot that buys them more time. Even though the Riptide Rhythm didn't make its connection, AG Global still stands. AG Global still alive. And now AG Global using that portal go straight up towards the roof as well to challenge the boys of attack all around.
Good distraction being brought in by Caramel as he jumped in onto the roof, jumps out in the floor, and now they are all trapped. Now AG Global is very near Bermuda United as well as in here. Let's see how they can plan this. A lot of potential, but only 2 points for them. RQ though, they've waited so long. Dutz has been taken out. No pickup happening just yet, but Demon has been brought down. GOW might be eliminated in a bit, but as you can see from afar, Team Falcons is gunning them down.
Oh yeah, Falcons just picking on anybody that he can find. Buriram in a lot of trouble. Two teams just surrounding them. It's AG Global, it's RRQ. Buriram can't do much except fight both battles at the very same time. Attack all around, hopping on in there, chipping away at Buriram as well. This is insanity. Buriram still standing. How are they doing this?
It's because of the 17 medkits that they have. Let's see if they can pull it up and waste that alone. AG Global has a good position to stop them. Jonas still managed to survive. Good rush onto the side, but Sypha stops him on that 180. And they're just getting in with that. The blue not giving anything for chance to be backstabbed. And RRQ is still alive. Only one remains. A Bay goes in for Rebel Rush outside of the blue. Might be the end of him. And there you go. RRQ eliminated in this game. Team Falcons and AG Global. A split up is happening. Team Falcons might be the winners. It looks like it. They will grab the booyah in this game. Only one remains and not yet found. Where are you from the sky? Peter says hi.
Dude, I got exactly what I wanted. Top three teams, AG, Falcons, Buriram, and of course Falcons proving that they are better than the other two. This should be more than enough to make a mad leap for that #1 spot. But the only thing that complicates the situation is the number of eliminations. AG Global had 22 eliminations the last time I saw, and I don't know if they nicked off more before they got eliminated. But either way, Falcons are gonna be staying very, very close to them. This is a super close fight between these three Thailand squads. A phenomenal end for Nexterra.
Bro, you know how dangerous your wishes are, and this is what you wish for. This is what's happening, and like I love how it's ending up right now, and it's really bound to happen. You won't be in the top 3, top 4 without good performance, apart from probably Hawaii Sports early, who has been eliminated early. But again, with Bermuda United and Team Falcons moving up after only a couple of maps, this is how champions are. And no question, no question really that they will be able to grab that #1 spot very, very quick.
Absolutely. And of course, the highlights of that matchup, this all started with the teams towards the bottom just kind of like skirming off against each other. Todak finding GOW, small engagements initially, and obviously this was a big threat for the rest of the squads because the big boys were staying away from a lot of the heated action, and they kept coming across engagements that were just way too easy for them, right? And teams like AG Global starting things off against a squad like Vamos just put them on the upper end, mainly because you just get to loot up all of your opponents the moment you shut them down.
Yeah, definitely. And well, this is where Hawaii Sports will be faltering and falling down in this game. Now, the open space is really something that they, I guess, Boremi Sports anticipated because of how Nexterra is. It's rare that we see a closing in a compound, despite of how many compounds there is in this map. So, Team Falcons, though, kept their distance overall. Yes, they did rush in a few instances, but they managed to pull away from those close engagement, get away from threat, and that's how they got that booyah.
I mean, I'm just trying to see what sort of a situation Team Buriram can kind of like pull out of their little magic hat here in order to turn things around, right? But no matter how much I try to think about it, it just seems impossible because everything that Buriram throws on out there, AG Global says, I've got more. Then Falcons just swoops on in out of nowhere and says, I've got even more. It's insanity, bro. Falcons now picking up a buoy. And this is exactly what I wanted. I said Nexterra, Falcons with the final up, and then they get it. But of course, the interview. Let's see what the boys have to say.
Is here with us, so please put your hands together and welcome one more from Team Falcon. Yeah. Okay. I want to ask you that. Do you have any pressure since you got both FFWS Spring Trophy and World Champion Trophy?
เรารู้สึกกดดันไหมครับ
รั้งนี้เพราะว่าเราเพิ่งได้แชมป์4 สปริงแล้วก็ e-sport world cup มา
ก็รู้สึกกดดันครับก็กดดันทุกรายการอยู่แล้ว
of course I feel pressure. I always feel pressure in all competition.
As you are a pro player, do you have any tip for your fans to deal with that pressure?
ในฐานะที่เราเป็นโปรเพลเยอร์แล้วเรามีวิธีการจัดการกับความกดดันนั้นยังไงคะ
ก็หาเรื่องรีแลกซ์ครับก็คุยกับเพื่อนเยอะๆคุยกับเพื่อนในทีมเพราะว่าก็เพื่อนในทีมเนี่ยแหละครับที่ลุยด้วยกัน
I try to find some activity to relax, especially talking with my friend, my teammate.
Okay, I heard some rumors that Team Falcon have like a opponent and component in Indonesian team. Do you have any special Indonesian team that you want to fight with?
และได้ยินข่าวลือมาว่าทีมเราไม่ค่อยถูกกับทีมอินโดมีทีมไหนไหมที่แบบว่าเราแบบอยากเจอเป็นพิเศษตั้งเป้าทีมนั้นไว้
ก็ถ้าพูดตรงๆก็ตอนนี้ผมไม่ได้มองทีมอินโดเป็นศัตรูแล้วครับก็รู้สึกว่าไม่ได้มองเป็นศัตรูแล้วครับ
Now I don't have because I don't see Indonesian team as an enemy anymore.
Whoa! Oh my god! Okay, what about Vietnam or Malaysian team?
เราเวียดนามกับมาเลเซียค่ะ
ตอนนี้ก็ไม่มีครับไม่มีสักประเทศเลยตอนนี้ผมรู้สึกว่าทีมผมต้องการที่จะได้แชมป์ครับแล้วก็สู้ได้ทุกทีมครับ
I don't have any enemy or target anymore. I just focus on my team to win the trophy.
Okay, last question. I want you to say anything to your fans because you have fans all around the world, especially in Saudi Arabia.
มีอะไรอยากฝากถึงแฟนๆไหมครับเพราะว่าเรามีแฟนๆจากทั่วโลกโดยเฉพาะแฟนๆจากซาอุ
ก็ฝากเชียร์ด้วยนะครับผมเพราะเราจะทำให้เต็มที่ครับเราจะเอา3 แชมป์ติดต่อนะครับ
Please keep cheering for Team Falcon. We will do our best and try to get the 3rd trophy for us.
Okay, we will see that this Falcon will fly high or not. So now, let's get back to you, Shoutcaster.
It's simply insane how just a brand sponsorship can take a team on the very edge of being it all to actually being it all. From CGGG not winning a single championship to CGGG winning 2 back-to-back major championships. I mean, you're talking about FFWS SEA Spring, you're talking about the Esports World Cup, and you're talking about the constant dominance out here on the very first day of FFWS SEA Fall as well. I mean, you just gotta bow down to that Falcon power.
Yeah, I mean, it's also good news for esports overall, Free Fire esports overall, because if this continues on, a lot of those teams, like the teams who have not been acquired by an organization, might be doing the same, especially if potential are being shown in the gameplays, in matches, tournaments just like this. So that's a big improvement that Team Falcons has started off. So let's see who will be next. But right now, Team Falcons, they showed up. I think they've beaten the record already, if I'm not mistaken. Or was it AG Global in terms of the number of points for a single map? Because you did point out earlier, a lot of nation has been put out by this team.
Absolutely, man. And of course, there were many massive points picked up today all throughout these games. We saw 31 points being the record thus far. But like you said, AG Global hitting the highest number, 32 points. Yes, it's just 1 extra, but it does break the record. They only get 9 placement points, but 23 eliminations here at Nexterra to give them a total of 32. If only they had managed to walk away with a booyah as well, AG would have just been over the top, right? But at the moment, they still do maintain that number 1 spot for themselves. Massive stuff. Falcon, they do manage to, of course, sweep away the first booyah of the day. And I'm pretty sure they would love to grab another one for them. You, just the cutest one off the squad. Everybody loves to tease the guy, but there is a good reason why, right? Because he is your superstar player off the squad. Let's take a look at the elimination leaders here as well, Neptune. 23 eliminations for Dew as he leads the squad.
Yeah, and followed by Wasana with 18, and this is what we normally see from Wasana, lead up from nowhere in the scene, and then number 2 now on fire from Team Falcons, as well as another Sypha from AG Global. Now AG Global is still on the key player list as the damage dealer for this game, followed by Makarori with a headshots of 10, and then Koskyu, of course, grenades use of 9, and revive teammates for Cat Peasy. Vamos, well, they looked good earlier in the battle, wasn't able to finish though towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, very solid plays from Koskyu as far as those grenades were concerned. He definitely played his role as the bomber this time round. I mean, Attack all around ate some of those nades. Buriram ate some of those nades. Falcons were not giving anybody a break, and Koskyu was wrecking them, right? But it's not just about Koskyu. When it comes to the team of Team Falcons, it's about each and every single individual player playing their roles to perfection out there on the battlefield.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, also the characters that they're using. If I'm looking at the characters from what we saw earlier on the overlays, there's not so much of difference from when they became champion on the Southeast Asia FFWS Spring, as well as EWC. It's just basing a little bit onto the beta, and they just made a little bit of just adjustment, like the Skylar, the Shani. We also have the Thipa. So like a lot of those, the 3 characters that has been added into the mix has a lot of uses overall, making them survive for the Booyah.
Absolutely. Once again, 23 eliminations, 9 placement points. Without the Booyah, AG Global still dominates the top of the leaderboard with 32 points, breaking the record for the day, which currently stood at 31 before this game. Falcons, on the other hand, just behind them, 28 points, not too shabby at all. The most important thing is they've managed to keep a distance, a solid distance ahead of BRU. 13 points between them and Buriram. The only thing that can allow Buriram to overtake Falcons at this point is if Falcons kind of quit a little bit too early in the final random match.
We're talking about quit, not being taken down, because it's very difficult to be taken down, especially if you're the Team Falcons. But AG Global, we were talking about the acquisition of a team, how they perform, and this is similar story for AG Global. When they were Stalwart Esports, yes, they are performing not that so much, but as AG Global right now, I guess they are getting that motivation as well, and that support from the organization, thus improvement, performance overall. But let's see. It is Kalahari. I was surprised. I was thinking of anything spinning on the map, but Kalahari will be our game number 6 map, and you know who grabbed that Booyah. It was Buriram United Esports.
Ooh, this is going to be a crazy one if Buriram can yet again prove themselves on Kalahari, make sure they dominate it. I will not be surprised. They could just walk away with that number 1 spot, but it's a long, long way away from happening because of the distance between them as well as AG Global. They need a massive 32 points over AG Global in order to be able to do this. So they literally need AG Global to be eliminated in the 12th spot with 0 eliminations, and they need to literally break the record that AG Global just set in this Nexterra game. It seems like a lot to do, but it's Buriram, baby. It might just happen.
Yeah, they can start it off a little bit too quick in terms of elimination, let them revive, and then carry over with what Buriram often do. But on this map, still, they are on number 1, followed by Team Falcons this is from the earlier match, a recent update. So no Booyahs, it is Buriram United, 19 elimination and 31 points. Very, very close to the target that they're aiming for that number 1 spot.
I mean, at the end of the day, these stats are all refreshed already. Now we get to see wait. What's that number? he wants the host phone number. Come on, that was just too cute. Okay, the fact that they printed that out and they brought it, it's just way too cute, man.
All right, let's see. There's nothing cute though on this map. It's all the desert. It's all I mean,
it's something.
Back to Riyadh. Yeah, you know how it feels. You know how hot it is. Times 3 of the heat that we are feeling back home. But this is the heat of the battle that they will be feeling right now. They will be battling though in style. Let's see where the flight will go.
Absolutely. And of course, all of this action is brought to you by Galaxy S24 Ultra. You get to keep your win streak alive, just like what AG Global's doing out there on the battlefield. Absolutely dominating the competition. And of course, speaking of dominating the competition, Hua Esports, they had a fantastic start of the day, but they kind of slipped off of the radar a little bit. I'm looking for a good comeback here.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, this is where they faltered a little bit too early as well. So let's see if they can drop a distance from the rest of the team. Battle is happening between Indostars and Todak, and we know how it is when it comes to this team. Most of the time, Todak are the ones going down, but I love the turnaround being pulled off by 7 and the rest of the gang. 18 Deer, the Clutch King, has been taken out, and Liam and Ras, the only 2 remaining. Nothing on them just yet. Thus, Liam is just getting away.
This is not a good start for Indostars. And Liam says, I am out of here. He barely has anything on him. No glue walls, no grenades. So if he does get caught out, the end is pretty much near for the man. In the meantime, Buriram meeting Toda at the sub. This is a rematch here. And the last time we saw this engagement, it was Buriram sending the players on the side of Toda running with the tails tucked between the legs.
Yeah, I see. I mean, it's only Wasana that is in here right now, putting a lot of pressure. No contention, though. And there goes 7 goes for the jump. A little bit too late, though, in terms of timing. But Wasana might be surprised. There you go, 7. Putting him down with a Mac 10 and eliminating Brim United, though. No blaming him. We know how Wasana is. They know how Wasana is. Just going that aggressive route for more points.
Absolutely. And of course, 7 just the luckier one with the Mac 10. When you get the gun early game, the rate of fire, a decent amount of damage out of the SMG as well, will give you the upper hand. XM8, on the other hand, will take a little bit longer. Higher damage for sure, but the rate of fire is a little bit disadvantageous.
Yeah, war chest being taken by Vamos. And this is where they start saving once again. And this is to help their teammates, or rather the opponents who is gunning them down. Hopefully it's a different story for Team Vamos, because we know that they can survive, but survivability only means that they can use the Free Fire coins to better use compared to what we've seen them in the previous map. But June, right now, just talking Team Expand, another Malaysian team. Let's see if they can pull off another one to beat them down and grab a few more points.
I'm not a big fan of pugs. I'm more of a beagle kind of guy. So therefore, I assume Jun is going to get eliminated right now. He brought out the pug face. Too fast, right across. And once again, this is a skirmish between the 2 rivals from Malaysia, Vamos versus Expand. And now there is a flanker for the side of Vamos here that could just make the biggest of difference. Katizi right behind, and he goes up against his ex-captain Too Fast.
Let's see if he will be cut. Yes, Katizi managed to get away, regroup with her teammates. Raymil, though, the distance might be good for him as a sniper, but the damage being received by Makarori is not in good position to pull out anything, especially the grenade. So good position being taken, the ridge by Expand, and they can pull away that easily as well. I don't think anyone will be suspecting them from afar, and Vamos will be left behind. Good play indeed, not to risk their position right now into the rankings.
Absolutely excellent play coming through from Expand to retreat from Mammoth. And I believe they do have a key to the assault bunker. Just biding their time, waiting for the timer to tick down. And there you go. Extra bit of weapons for them to beef themselves up for combat, in case, of course, they do come across anybody else. And as they rotated over here, we did see the players on the side of AG Global kind of rotating out. The portal go will be used for them to get closer and closer towards the center of the zone.
Yeah, going back to the sub, earlier it was just Wasana who was in here, but still alive and kicking. Todak is now feeling the full force of Buriram United Esports. Now Moshi, a little bit pressured, needs to jump away. It's a good thing not so much of a damage, and 7 will be taken down. A little bit of revenge mission by Jonah after taking down Wasana earlier. But Jonah will try to shoot back, but the focus will be to pick up Moshi or probably revive him after this.
Absolutely, as Zen goes in for the finisher. Wings right down below. Zen knocked down already. Jonah going in for the finisher. He spots out Wings as well. Question is how much of coins does Wings have on himself as he tries to fly away from the sub. On hot pursuit, the players of Buriram, they are not giving him any space whatsoever, going in straight for the hunt of that final point, which could turn against them if the player leads them directly into another squad.
Yeah, speaking of another squad, another set of squad is fighting Indo Stars going against GOW. We've seen how well GOW started this day, but faltered all throughout up until this moment. So let's see if they can continue eliminating a few players from Indo Stars. And Indo Stars, I mean, they're just waiting to get into the next phase of the circle. Placement is not on them right now. Only a total of 19 all throughout the 5 maps. And even the elimination is very low compared to what we expect from the Clutch Kings. But again, it's just highlights overall from tournaments after tournaments. Not so much of so much of showing in terms of finishing the entirety of the game.
Expand versus RRQ too fast. Ooh, solid Riptide rhythm coming on through, but it takes it on no glue walls at all. Such a rare situation. Abe on pursuit too fast, trying to get away as quickly as possible. Can use the very edges of his cliff to his advantage and not rotate away too far, too fast. Ah, that backstab. Abe finds the connections with the shots, but not enough to knock down too fast just yet. But RRQ should be able to overwhelm him with the numbers shortly. And Too Fast will have to sacrifice himself for the survival of the rest of his team members.
Yeah, going in for the airdrop and also staying into the edge of this mountain just to make sure he will not be spotted that easily. Crossbow. No, it's not a crossbow. It's a shotgun with his skins though. But Too Fast will be hit by Ma'al. I mean, all those efforts by the ones chasing him from afar. Ma'al just stopped them and said, this is mine.
18 deer. Up top, Tan just chucking a couple of bullets at him. Good solid double glue wall pulled out here. And Demon's just trying to break it! And a throw-on connection. 18 deer did manage to get the knock first, but Tan is just going to walk away from that without a scratch on him. Did get knocked down, but his team member is there to pick him right back up. So, nothing lost at all for the squad.
Yeah, I mean, 18 Deer doesn't have so much of a dance floor to work with. Thus, he has been taken down. But if there is a little bit of square areas in there, he might be able to clutch that once again. Attack all around, though, managing to grab a few more points. And this against AG Global. The Kororo limit has been taken down. Bunga, though, pulling out a shotgun. See if he can go in for a clutch right now. Buyback first before going for the battle and stop with only a few HP. But here comes rescue. Hua Esports trying to gum them down to grab all the points that they lost earlier.
Oh, beautiful play by Poongod. But of course, Shin is there for the trade and Poppy's going to get picked right back up. Hua Esports, amazing play. And I have to say, Attack All Around seems to be having a terrible day.
I mean, Attack all around right now. They are on the top, though. They have a good lead, but I think the rest of the teams has a smell how they can be put down. Stop right now, being knocked down, and it is Death who will grab his first elimination in this game. And Hua Esports for elimination. AG Global, though, is back in play because of Dew, and let's see how they can play for the reset.
Dew managing to make those important plays. Revivals are key to your team's survival. I mean, go figure, right? Fingers crossed they do have always the amount of coins required to bring the team members right back in here. We've seen a few instances where those revivals just have not been possible whatsoever. Now in a situation like this for Buriram, GOW all camped up together, get high, just playing the scouting duty, getting that information and quickly backing away. They obviously don't know exactly who's in front of them. And it seems like Buriram does not want to get super aggressive yet.
Yeah, I mean, they are targeting to grab a few more, or a lot of points rather, to be on the #1 spot. And let's see if they can maintain that or by patience. And Team Falcons, though, not too aggressive as well in this battle, also staying back into the blue. Let's see if they can pull another one that is better than Buriram United in this game. Back-to-back is possible for Team Falcons, but for Buriram United, who's grabbed the Booyah already, they know the rotation, they know all the mistakes that they've done in the previous map, and they can correct them, improve, being better in this game.
Expand need to be a little careful because their deadly rivals Vamos are just beside them as we took a quick sneak peek from that free cam moments ago. GOW on that rotation, spotting out Indostars. And one player still outside the circle at Council Hall. And that's the one and only Liam. Not too sure exactly what he's doing over there. But I guess we will find out in a few moments. GOW with the drone straight up to scan out the information. And they now have a decent amount of info to work around with. Just have to be careful though, because the circle's getting smaller. Too many teams still alive and kicking.
And this is a risk overall. This is where the 17 medkits will be very, very useful later on. But here comes engagement. GOW finally caught up with Indostars and with the M1014 by Raz. Let's see how we can play with this legendary weapon. Here comes the backstab and the takedown by 18 Deer with a Trogon and a good flank by Raz, backing away in perfect timing to bring down the rest of GOW.
W with an opportunity to impress, but Indostars just stopping them dead in their track. Iza being pursued, and Raz, what a headshot, caught Iza. Oh god, and Falcons showing up from nowhere, and now Indostars in a lot of trouble, and GOW straight to the vending machine. The final survivor goes, and it looks like Falcons just gave GOW some room to breathe.
Yeah, they are breathing indeed, as they can rest. Brim United, though, no breathing for them. They're still in the sub, trying to battle and find where the opponents are. It is Team Vamos that they are targeting, and here comes Moshi targeting McRory. No spot, though. The stairs stop him, and will McRory be able to get away? The flank will work, not against Jonah, and the Vamos will be taken down, or will it be? Or will they be surviving this battle? I believe so. There's still a few more. 11 teams remaining, and we're on the third, going to the fourth.
Oh, goodness me. Fourth circle. Buriram still outside the blue zone, and that's going to be quite a massive amount of damage for them to soak up. Movements needed for sure from your two-time world champs. While on the other hand, just making sure they do not get caught out by attack all around, as Peter does not stop hunting down the players of AG Global, and of course, pun intended there with the stop, but on fire now, circling around, Trogon in hand. Good glue wall laid out as well. Spots out, dude. One more pump. Oh my god. CQC M82B to the head. You don't see that every day, but it's such a beautiful thing.
Only Duke can do that in this game. And Coscu right now trying to do the same with the Drogon, but a lot of pressure being put on to Duke. That is a 3, if not 4 nades being thrown by Coscu. I don't think it will affect Duke at that moment. Hawaii Sports, though, just getting good position. They can maintain this high ground, but they will be taken by the next phase. But on the other hand, we have Vamos finally being taken down on 10th. We are slowly reducing the number of teams that we have right now, and Brim United managed to survive. I guess Cassie does work for them in healing up, as well as the rest of the teams getting good position not to be spotted on their approach.
Next one on the menu for Buriram might just be expand. They've got that high ground advantage up against the Malaysian squad. BE Sports, on the other hand, a team that I thought was going to be in the top 3 by the end of the day, is currently at the bottom 3, which is a tad bit of a huge difference compared to how they used to perform in the past 2 tournaments. Now the players, Buriram, catching out Expand one after the other. Circle damaging Expand, something that they cannot afford. Get high outside the circle as well. Mika does manage to pull a fantastic rotation around, but Achap down on the ground, and they're just getting toasted by everyone.
Yeah, I mean, too fast, a little bit too fast though. XM8 on hand, but unable to use it because he's trying to run away. RQ, though, putting a lot of pressure on Hawaii Sports, and they need to jump away, and Poppy will be knocked down. PE Sports eliminated in this game. We are left with 6, and for Hua, they will not be able to get away. As you can see, in the middle, RRQ. On the left-hand side, we have Team Falcons and AG Global on the right-hand side, and the blue is taking them one by one.
Falcons have got the best position in terms of that high ground advantage, but with the circle now closing on in, they need to use that portal go. They need to find a better position instantaneously. The damage coming through from this blue zone will not be friendly at all. As I speak of it, they use that portal go. They beam themselves straight towards the players of RRQ, and now the Indonesians get to stand up and fight Falcons off.
Yeah, Team Falcons 11 elimination might be adding a few more, but they need to take this position against RRQ. But on our side, Shin right now rushing in, but will be taken down. Get high, will be taken out with Trip Mine, and recovery will be done. Pick up on Hua, and Bermuda United is now stuck in here, missing one of their players. Let's see on how they can go for the flank. Moshi with Riptide Rhythm and Jonah for the push, but I don't think it will work that easily for them with the numbers that Hawaii Sports has.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Now, unfortunate, but Jonah gets taken down. Moshi, the final survivor, has to get away from this sticky situation. Spotted out by Yan Bin. That backstab comes through. A little bit of a distraction by RRQ gives Moshi a little bit of extra time to play around.
Yeah, and RRQ receiving a lot of damage, not only from the blue, but also by the throwables being brought in by Hawaii Sports. They're trying to respond, but Hawaii Sports with elevation. Team Falcons, though, in the middle of everything on fire, being taken down. Peter and one more will try and decide which one to take. The ones on the left or the ones on the right, which is Hawaii Sports or the RRQ who's out in the open. But it is just firing spree for Hawaii Sports because of the position that they've taken.
And we talked about how they should be able to jump right back. You talked about how it was an early exit for them the last time we played Kalahari. This is the improvement. This is the adjustments coming through from Hawaii Sports. Player down, player picked right back up. They want to get the booyah no matter what. Trying to break down the glue walls. RRQ chomping away at just one of those players. But a fantastic Riptide Rhythm from Ma'al. But no follow-up from all of those shots. Those glue walls got taken down, but the players just erected brand new ones. Yan Bin now hunting down the players of RRQ. Peter in and out of the monster truck, and now Dutch going up the Shin. It's gonna be the monster truck play and showdown here, but Dutch down on the ground. Hua going in for the finisher.
And there you go, the rush, the Rebel rush overall. Mile goes down, Razor, the only one remaining, and there you have it. Hawaii Sports grabbing that booyah, and this is their second for this day. The comeback is real for this team, and let's see more.
Valiant effort from the rest of the squad. Valiant effort from RRQ, but Hawaii Sports proving that Vietnam is back to absolutely obliterate. And yes, we are back, baby. We are not to be forgotten at all. We used to dominate Vietnam, and we are right back in it to get this done all over again. And look at where PE Sports is, says Hawaii Sports. All the way down at the bottom, whereas these guys are scratching and clawing their way up towards the top three. The question is, did they manage to achieve the third spot at the very least? Because we do know Buridam survived for quite a while, a few eliminations on their side. RRQ picked up quite a number of points as well for themselves, so it may be a few points too short.
Yeah, a few points too short, but at least they were able to add a few more to the numbers that they have, and they will be resting by tomorrow, if I'm mistaken, or they will be battling on by tomorrow. But again, before everything, before any of that, I mean, they have proven so much that even with it being unknown, being the dark horse in the competition, they can pull up a couple of booyahs, increasing numbers, and as part of Group B, they will be playing for tomorrow, increasing even more.
Absolutely, man. And, you know, this is just insane coming through from Hawaii Sports. I mean, they have just risen from the dead. This team was literally dead, and then now they're just back in it, bigger than ever. I would love to see this team, you know, get to the grand finals and show us that when you really put your heart and soul into this game, you will be able to achieve the very best for yourself. I mean, at the end of the day, that's exactly what Team Falcons has managed to prove to everyone. You know, those tears were real on that stage at Esports World Cup when they became the champions. They promised everyone they'll be the best, and they showed up as the best. But, you know, they're not the only team out there vying to do exactly that here at FFWS SEA FALL.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that Team Falcons has done already. The other teams are just doing right now. The improvement overall is showing. Hawaii Sports, they've done so much from the beginning, faltered, slowed down in the middle, now ended hot. Pretty similar from what we've seen from top teams, Bermuda United and Team Falcons, even AG Global has done. So they have the good formula. All they have to do is maintain that consistency to carry it over by the end of knockout stage.
I have been following this scene for a long time. I've seen these players in the past. This is unreal. This is another level for Hawaii Esports, and I cannot wait to see exactly what sort of questions Yunsul has to toss to the players in this interview segment. I would love to hear from them. Fingers crossed she asked some spicy questions about this new acquisition and what has lit this fire within Hawaii Esports. On to you, Yunsul. In a bit, maybe.
In a bit, yeah. Maybe not yet prepared. Maybe readying that question. Maybe she heard you and listing it down. I mean, she's listing it down.
Just like,
you know how it is.
Hold up, Mustachio.
I don't have that question yet. I don't have. Let me write it down. All right, let's get over to the interview and let's listen to what Yunsul and Hawaii Esports has to say.
Second booyah for Hawaii Esports. Wow, congratulations. And say hello to Hua Dev. Xin chào Dev. Thì lời đầu tiên Như Xuân muốn được chúc mừng Dev và cũng như là Hawaii Esports, các bạn đã rất là xuất sắc trong việc giành lấy 2 chiếc booyah ở trong ngày thi đấu hôm nay. Dev có thể gửi lời chào đến các bạn khán giả được không ạ?
Chào tất cả mọi người đang xem live ở trên các kênh sóng của Huyền Thoại Sinh Tồn ạ.
Hello everyone. So, it's very impressive that you guys already achieved the second booyah. For my first questions, being the team that having the least expectation from everyone, what do you think about this in Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Fall? Yusu muốn hỏi Dead là với một đội tuyển Hawaii Esports thì tất cả trong 5 đội tuyển của Việt Nam thì đội tuyển của chúng ta là có khá lượng fan, nhưng mà thực sự tất cả mọi người đều không có hy vọng vào đội của mình nhiều lắm. Thì Dead nghĩ thế nào về vấn đề này ạ?
Em thấy cũng bình thường thôi, tại vì tụi em không có suy nghĩ tới mấy chuyện đó, tụi em cứ cố gắng hết mình bắn thôi.
To be honest, we don't really care about that. All we care about is ourselves, and we just keep trying our best. And now this is the proof that we already achieved 2 booyahs in a day. Moving on to our next questions. Death, so how long have you been playing with everyone, and do you feel comfortable with them? Thì đối với cái đội hình mới ở Hawaii Esports này thì không biết là Death đã dần thích nghi với tất cả mọi người cũng như là đã làm quen và trơn tru hơn với cái đội hình mới này chưa ạ?
Em nghĩ cũng có rồi, tại vì đội hình này trên cũng khá lâu rồi. Thêm em vào em chỉ cần làm tốt nhiệm vụ của mình thôi.
I think my answer is yes. I've been used to playing with them for a long time, a pretty long time. So I think in my role, I just need to do my best so I can help my team better. So the third question and also our final questions. So today you did a very good job, 2 booyahs. So any plans for tomorrow? Oh, I think for the last day, I guess. Thì đội hôm nay chúng ta đã rất là tốt trong việc giành lấy 2 booyah rồi, thì đến với ngày thi đấu thứ 3 chứ không phải là ngày mai nha. Thì không biết là trong quá trình nghỉ ngơi thì đội mình sẽ có một cái suy nghĩ hay là lên một cái chiến thuật gì đó để có thể giữ được cái phong độ này không ạ?
Dạ, thêm là có. Bọn em sẽ train mỗi ngày và bàn chiến thuật mỗi ngày để chuẩn bị cho cái tuần thi đấu tiếp theo.
Okay. We will try our best, continue practice with each other, planning our tactics and also practice together is very important. So, this is the end of our interview. Thank you so much for following. Vậy đây là phần kết thúc phần phỏng vấn của mình với tại Hua Dead rồi. Thì Yusu một lần nữa xin được chúc mừng Dead và Hawaii Esports đã xuất sắc giành lấy được booyah cuối cùng của ngày hôm nay. Chúc các bạn sẽ giành được nhiều thành công hơn trong những ngày thi đấu sắp tới nhé. Tạm biệt mọi người. Let's head back to the caster.
And there we have it. I didn't think that I'll be hearing from Death that soon, but we just heard from him right here. But I love how Hawaii Esports is.
Yeah.
Death was a part of God of Wolf, GOW, and the acquisition of him, I guess that's one part of really improving not only with the change of the team that they have. So this is great move for teams coming from Vietnam and from the other teams. We've pointed it so much that team acquisition and good support really brings out greatness in a team.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And what Hawaii Esports has been able to do with this squad is phenomenal. They have taken a team that was not able to cut it multiple seasons, multiple tournaments, and have taken bronze and turned it into gold. This is the kind of alchemy that is just non-existent in this world that everybody has to look into. I mean, they need to figure out what sort of a formula Hawaii Esports played with these players, because, you know, Falcons taking CGGG, turning them into the world champions was just like taking a team who was at the very edge of the cliff and then pushing them off, letting them fly. But this is a totally different story, because Team Flash was really not in a position to dominate anything and yet here they are, 2 booyahs in. They are in the top 5 of the overall leaderboard from today, and they are playing against the best of the best in Southeast Asia. This brand truly can be proud of what they have achieved. But of course, we want to look at the consistency. Today, they've managed to prove that they are able to bring it. I want to see this for the next 2 days for week 1 as well. But based on their consistency thus far, I think they'll be able to live up to that expectation.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they just need to carry it over a couple more times, a couple more days. But let's look at elimination leaders. Consistency overall, we have AG Global Do with 24 elimination, followed by Peter of Team Falcons, and then on fire from Team Falcons as well. Wasana will be taking the same number of the first 2 or second, third right there. And this is just the rise of eliminations in this game. AG Global, that is where they're popping off, apart from the double booyah. Even if they have been denied of grabbing a booyah, eliminations overall and consistency in the placement, that's where they're rocking it.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, man. Dew can, of course, be very proud of himself. AG Global can be proud of themselves for maintaining that number 1 spot. Great Predator out there on the battlefield, and if he can complete the week and that number 1 spot, of course, he walks away with some extra cash in his pocket as well. Peter on fire, hot on his heels for sure, courtesy of Team Falcons, to show the other teams and players that they are not too far away. They always have their watchful eyes on them. But the one I'm most interested in is Death from Hua.
Yep.
He got picked up, he got thrown into the squad, and he is absolutely wrecking the competition out there. I'll be pretty happy if he walks away with the first Predator of week 1.
Yeah, I mean, looking like it with the damage that he pulled up from that game. If he continues on, then he might be the ones in that spot. Jonah, though, with 15 headshot. Again, this is the decline of Wasana for a few of the matches, and Jonah is putting so much of effort to put them up. Now, the end from GOW, 10 grenades used, and back at it, Ma'al with 21 glue walls destroyed.
I mean, back to his Skylar ways, those Riptide rhythms, obviously absolutely deadly out there on the battlefield. But that, of course, concludes 6 games for today. And we're just waiting for the overall leaderboard so we can see exactly how the teams fared from this final game. This is the match standings. Hua Esports, a total of 27 points picked up. No record breaking here, but it is more than enough to prove that Vietnam is not just back to play, but they're here to dominate.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they are slowly dominating this game, and let's see if they can pull one up against the Thailand teams, because we've seen them move up with only a couple of matches. But overall standings right now, as we had a little bit of glimpse of that standings, and that's a good, I would say, preview. But
Take it away again. There you go. There you go. He's playing peekaboo with you, bro.
Okay, so there we have it. Well, as you can see, from 13 to 18, no points overall because they are part of Group C. They will be introduced by tomorrow, and that's where they add up the points.
I mean, if 13 to 18 were playing today, Attack All Around might be a little bit more sad because nothing that they tried out there on the battlefield was working out for them. But of course, fingers crossed, it will be a little bit different for Attack All Around when we do get to see them on Sunday. They'll be taking a break tomorrow with the rest of Group A. It'll be the battle between Group B and C. But let's take a look at the MVP leaders here as well. Dew walking away with 2 MVP titles on his side. And of course, Peter, Wasana, Yanbin, and Shin all sharing 1 each.
Yeah, I mean, Dew is already taking a spot for 1 day, continue this on, and he can secure that MVP or Predator of the week. And who doesn't want to add a little bit of, we're not talking about Free Fire coins, a little bit of USD for the team, for himself, just to motivate them a little bit more up to the next stage.
It's the Free Fire coins, but it's from the US server, so it's all in US dollars, right? Amazing stuff from the players as usual, but I did not expect the day to go in this way. I mean, yeah, we expected some dominance from the Thai teams, but AG Global rising to the occasion, beating Falcons and Buriram at their own game, dominating the day, showing us that they're capable of multiple booyahs, as well as Hua Esports. I mean, I could not ask for a better start to this season.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a good start for everyone, but again, it has ended for 6 matches already, and it will continue by tomorrow. I am Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia. Together with me is the Mustachio AJ. It has been a pleasure to start this up for you. More matches and more days to see these teams. Tomorrow, we're going to see Group B and C, and we have to say goodbye. See you next time.